But you weren't just saying I needed space for the night. You were saying I needed space, but you wanted to stay in the home that is his mother's.
It's our marital home with our children, yes.
Well, you have no rental agreement.
That's correct.
You pay no rent.
That's correct.
The wife has practically mothered him throughout this entire marriage. She's gotten tired of it. She's gotten tired of serving him meals when he can very well and is capable of getting up and serving himself. He's not fixed a meal. Does he like the idea of you hanging out with Miss Dodd?
Absolutely not.
You treated somebody to dinner and drinks,
Yes,
and he asked you about it.
correct.
So it's okay for us to classify his money and your money, and it's not our money. Why do you get to keep yours and he has to put his in the account?
Well, respectfully, ma'am, he makes 3 times more money than I do.
She claims that you told her she has to be submissive to her. Do you feel like that's been the situation between the two of you during the marriage, that she had to be submissive to you? All right, we're ready on Dodd versus Dodd. Then call your first witness.
Heather Victoria Halsey.
Ms. Halsey, if you would, please describe your relationship to the wife in this case. What is your relationship to her?
Deanna and I have been best friends since our daughters were 2, and they are now 10.
During this marriage, during the marriage between the Dodds, have you had the opportunity to observe the 2 of them and their roles within the family unit?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the court what your observations are?
When we have had get-togethers, we typically spend some portion of a holiday together, Halloween, Christmas, Thanksgiving. We typically host them at our home. Brian typically sits on the couch, either on his phone or watching whatever's on the TV.
Okay, when you say Brian, is Brian Dodd, is that the husband in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
While Deanna and I prepare the food, prepare plates for the children. So typically we are taking care of what the children need, and Brian and my husband will sit on the couch and partake, and then my husband will come up and fix his plate. Often Deanna served Brian, but the last couple times she made note of, like, hey, if you're going to fix your plate, come get it. If you're not, I'm not doing it.
Okay. So
Sustained.
you've witnessed her be required to serve him. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Just so that we're making a record, turn your microphone on when you're going to make an objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Objection to the form of the question, Mrs. Duke's question is that she was required to serve him. That calls for conclusion and speculation and possibly hearsay assumptions.
Well, overrule as to the hearsay because it's not introducing a statement to prove the truth of the matter, but sustain it as to the characterization that you're giving as includes certain characterization that's not yet been established. So.
What is your observation of Miss Dodd's wifely duties in this marriage?
Specifically wife.
Yes.
That she makes sure that the bills are paid, not necessarily with her funds, but with the funds that come in. She arranges all of the children's schedules, their extracurriculars. She takes them to and from practice, keeps up with the household responsibilities. I think I mentioned extracurriculars. Anything that the children need, she makes sure, doctor's appointments, eye appointments, whatever, make sure that they have what they need. I know picks out clothes for the little boy, the youngest of the children, make sure that they have the clothes they need for school, whether that be with help from someone else monetarily or not. She makes sure that they have what they need.
Okay. And has her role been as a homemaker during this marriage?
Up until 2 years ago when she got a part-time job at the pre-K.
And is that a pre-K where the children were, or one of the children?
One of the children was there with my child as well. Mm-hmm.
And During this divorce process, has she obtained another job?
Yes, she received a job at the Bank of Dixon starting maybe the beginning of July. I can't remember exactly. No, I think it was the beginning of August. Yeah.
And does her job help to make sure she gets the children to and from school?
It allows her to take the children to school. Yes, I volunteered and she arranged with me that I would pick up the children in the afternoons and take them home or to their activities.
Okay. And did Mr. Dodd have anything to do with making sure the children were going to be picked up in the afternoons?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And, I mean, he didn't reach out to you to get your assistance?
Correct. In fact, I take them home on Friday afternoons when he has had the children.
And what in your observation have the parties been doing visitation-wise between Mr. Dodd and Miss Dodd?
She goes home on Monday mornings after staying at my house from Friday after work to Monday morning. She goes home on Monday mornings. She's had to go home and help get them to school before because he's had work commitments.
Yeah,
I believe.
again, I'm going to object unless she has a foundation, she can lay a foundation as how she knows this, other than statements from Ms. Dodd, which are
Sustained, it would appear
self-serving
that she
statements.
would not have that knowledge unless she personally observed it, other than being told that, so.
Well,
I did personally observe her leave my
Okay,
home to
then
go get ready.
what I'm going to do. Let me just give you one word of advice. When we're in a discussion about an objection, you just sit quietly. Ms. Duke, who's a very good lawyer, will ask the questions to establish your basis for knowledge that, so that's where we need to go, okay? And the only reason I say that is because if I start opening it up to witnesses to start volunteering in the middle of this, it's going to set a precedent that I don't want to open that door.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
regardless of the reasoning, have you witnessed Ms. Dodd have to leave your home earlier than normal not for work necessarily?
And again, Your Honor, I don't mean to be a pest, but I object to the form of the question that Mrs. Dodd has to leave your home. Again, unless she's going to file a basis of knowledge on why she has to leave the home, I object to the form of the question.
Overruled, I think it's a fair characterization that a person can observe.
There have been mornings that she has left at 6:30 versus the normal time she leaves, which is 7:15.
And
But normally she stays at my house. She goes to finish the original question. She leaves my house on Monday mornings, has the children throughout the week until Friday when she drops them off at school. Then Friday afternoons, I pick them up, take them home, and then she doesn't get them again until Monday afternoon after school. And he has been with them on the weekends.
And based on your observations of the children, when you've seen them and picked them up from school, are they doing well with this routine?
We've had conversations, actually.
You can't tell the court about the conversations
Sure.
necessarily, but in your observation, are they doing well in school and happy and adjusted?
Every single day they get in my car and I have those three plus my three. I go around every single child in the car. Did you have a great day? Did anything exciting happen? Every single one of them answers. There's only been one day that one child of hers said that he had a bad day and it was because he disagreed with his English teacher. Otherwise, they've said every single day since August 1 that they've had a good day.
And you've been in Miss Dodd's home during the weeks when you've helped out with the children, is that correct? Okay. And to your knowledge, where has Mr.
Excuse me for interrupting. I didn't ask for an opening statement, but would someone like to explain to me, because listening to this witness, it's a little hard. What have these parties been doing?
They've been doing a week-long schedule with mom in the marital residence and then the weekends with dad in the marital residence.
Okay, well, that's my question is, what have they been doing, just so I understand what she's saying, so. Ms. Roberts, I gave her the opportunity. Anything you want to say about it?
Well, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor, I do. It's a scenario of where
Oh, sorry.
this is a 13-year marriage. They have 3 children. Their son, who's 12, and then they have a daughter, and he is in 7th grade, I believe. Their son, who is 10, is in 4th grade, and they have a child who just started kindergarten who turned 6. Mrs. Dodd has primarily, during the course of the marriage, originally as a stay-at-home mother. As the youngest child began preschool, she began working at First United Methodist Church Preschool, which is again, a part-time, half-a-day program. And I don't know if she worked all 4 days that the school is open or just 2, because again, it's a Monday, Wednesday, or a Tuesday, Thursday schedule at First United. My client has been the primary breadwinner, he works at a company where he does maintenance on fire alarms, a physical type job that he has to go, and he actually does maintenance on existing fire alarms in typically commercial buildings. The parties own no real property. They're living in a home that's owned by my client's mother. They have no possessory interest in that home. She purchased it with her funds, and allowing them, because of financial problems in their marriage, to live in the home free of charge. They pay the utilities. When Mrs. Dodd approached and said she was unhappy in the marriage, she asked my client to give her space. And so in an effort to try to resolve and to save his marriage, he agreed that, given the fact that she had been the one that was at the beginning of this, although we dispute that he's not involved in the caregiving, but she has been the primary caregiver because of financial reasons. He brought the money home, and she tended to the family. And so it was getting the kids to school Monday through Friday. He comes home on Friday and stays the whole weekend with the children every weekend. And again, that's what has transpired for just a few weeks during the pendency of this. She proceeded with filing for divorce and served my client. He got served, I think, last week before last, hired me last week, and we're just asking for a week-to-week schedule, Your Honor.
Now, Ms. Duke, you want to make an opening statement? Since I didn't give you either one of the opportunities.
Yes, Your Honor. My client's position would be that that's not, some of it is accurate, not all of it is accurate. Specifically, they've been exercising this schedule since June of this year. And I think the testimony is going to ferret out that even when given the opportunity to assist with the children, that Mr. Dodd has not done so. Mr. Dodd is the youngest of all of his siblings and has been taken care of all of his life, and I will submit to the court that it will shake out that the wife has practically mothered him throughout this entire marriage. She's gotten tired of it. She's gotten tired of serving him meals when he can very well and is capable of getting up and serving himself. He's not fixed a meal. Kids come to the mother and say, Dad's not going to fix my lunch on his day. Can you make sure I've got lunch ready? So these are the things that you're going to hear about in the case today. It's not simply that mother was unhappy and not going to fix the marriage. She's worked for 4 years to try to fix the marriage, and we're to a point now where it's just imploded on itself, and now he wants to be a dad. And frankly, it's too little too late.
All right, the reason that I asked those questions is hearing from a witness. You both of you know everything about your case. I know nothing about this case other than what I've read, the bare bones pleadings. And when I'm hearing someone testifying, it's hard to put in context without having some sort of background. So I appreciate you letting me get that information.
Yes, and I would have done that. I thought you were wanting us to skip it for economy's sake, so I apologize.
Sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's not. So anyway, I appreciate your explaining it to me. Now you may continue with your questions.
Are you familiar with Mr. Dodd's work schedule?
Yes.
Okay, and what is his work schedule currently?
Typically leaves around 7, and then is home in the afternoons, anywhere from like 4 to 6.
Okay, and to your knowledge, does he come directly home? Has he told you if he makes stops or?
He has not told me.
Have you ever observed him making dinner for the children?
No.
Have you ever observed him tending to bath time?
Observed, no.
Okay. Have you ever known him to do anything with scheduling for the children?
No.
When did this schedule start, to your knowledge?
Father's Day weekend.
And that was in June, is that correct? Okay. So when Ms. Roberts said it's only been going on a couple of weeks, that's not quite accurate.
No. The schedule started the weekend of Father's Day on that Saturday. She let him have them through Sunday, the kids through Sunday, and then that schedule started that Monday.
Okay. And in your mind, that has worked relatively well for the children?
They seem totally normal.
Does Mr. Dodd have a daughter that is not Miss Dodd's daughter?
Correct.
And has that child also stayed during these weeks?
Correct, she has.
Okay. Have you observed Miss Dodd have a good relationship with that child?
Always.
Okay. Have you observed Mr. Dodd be controlling of Miss Dodd?
Observed? No. Observed? No.
Okay. Have you,
Can I say something though? Not observe, well, I want to say, I do think there's one situation that
If it's an answer, if it's supplementing an answer that you've given,
Yes.
then go ahead.
there's one situation that comes to mind where she was trying to speak and he immediately cut her off. They were disagreeing. She was trying to speak. He immediately cut her off and would not allow her to speak.
and that's one instance. Does he like the idea of you hanging out with Miss Dodd?
Absolutely not.
Is there any reason in particular you can think of?
Why he doesn't like me to hang out with her?
I mean, are you a good person?
Yes.
Okay.
I've never treated her unfairly. I've always been good to their children. So in my opinion, there's no reason I should not be allowed to hang out with her or her with me.
Okay. Are you concerned your testimony today may have him make some sort of comment that you shouldn't be picking the kids up from school?
Yes.
Okay. Are you willing to continue to pick up the kids the way that you have been picking them up?
Absolutely.
Okay. And even if that means that you have to be around Mr. Dodd, is that any issue for you?
It is not. And I want to be clear in saying there have been multiple times, and this is not a pat on my back, but there have been multiple times that financially my husband and I, have had to help them because they have been out of money. There was a situation at their home about 3 years ago. They had a terrible mice infestation. My children did go over there until some information I learned changed my husband and I's opinion of Mr. Dodd, and so we don't let our children go over there anymore when he's in the home. But about 3 years ago, we learned about mice infestation through our children who had been over there. I had been over there and observed things, mouse droppings and such in the kitchen cabinet, just in the kitchen cabinets, in the children's clothing. And so my husband and I spent an entire weekend cleaning out their basement. My husband took over 600 pounds of garbage to the dump from their basement. I helped her clean every single thing out of that upstairs, including my children and my husband, because it was something that was clearly not being handled there at the home.
Okay. And was the debris and trash removal, was that an expectation that Mr. Dodd should be doing that?
He's-
I'm going to object, it's a speculation.
Did you ever, I can rephrase it.
I would sustain the objection.
Did you ever hear Mr. Dodd say, "I'll carry that trash off later"?
Have I heard him say that?
Yes.
Not to me, no.
Okay. Where was Mr. Dodd when you guys were cleaning the mouse infestation out?
In the living room?
Did he assist?
No.
So you, your husband, your children, Miss Dodd, everybody cleaned up this mouse infestation.
Sustain, don't leave the witness.
So tell the court.
Everyone participated. He was angry, visibly showed signs of anger. Are you going to throw all my shit away? Came down the hall huffing when we were doing things, was not helpful while we literally Friday, Saturday, and Sunday did this.
Have you observed him act that way in other situations?
When he's angry, yes.
Okay. And what has he gotten angry about that you can recollect?
If things are not going the way he agrees, and like if they have a disagreement and it appears that they're not going to agree on the situation, then he acts accordingly.
Does he shut himself off from the rest of the family at that point?
Can you ask that a different way?
Does he continue to interact with anybody else after
No.
he gets to that point?
He sits on his phone.
Okay. Have you ever seen him grocery shop?
Seen? No.
Have you ever heard him make comments about getting along with his family members?
He has discussed in group settings his family history and relationships, yes.
Okay. And are those good relationships or bad relationships with his family?
The ones he was describing were not positive relationships.
To your knowledge, have you ever seen him at the school functions and school events?
Limited, yes.
Okay. And is he interactive with the children when he's there?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. If I may have one moment to ask my client a quick question,
You
I think
may.
I'm done.
Ms. Roberts?
Ms. Halsey, last time you talked to your mama?
That's not relevant.
When was the last time you talked to your mother, Ms. Halsey?
Hold on just a second. Question about when is the last time this witness spoke to her mother?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Duke opened a situation and said that she had overheard my client say something that he doesn't have a positive relationship with his family, assuming that that is addressed somehow on his parenting skills. Ms. Halsey has not spoken to her mother in excess of 2 years.
That is
And as a
false.
result of that,
Ma'am, just be
it
quiet.
goes to her credibility in making a decision about family relations. So my question is how long has it been since you talked to your mother? She offered an opinion, Your Honor, and I get the opportunity to explore that opinion.
I will allow a limited question, that question and that question only. I
Yes,
don't think her relationship with her mother, is really relevant, other than the fact that she makes some mention of Mr. Dodds not having a good relationship with part of his family. Then you may ask her that
Yes.
question. I have family members of my own that I haven't spoken with in a long time, so I take it as with a grain of salt. But you can ask that one question and that one question only.
How long has it been since you talked to your mother?
She was at my house last month.
You spoke to her then?
Deanna was in the room along with all of my children.
I did,
That was the
I
one
didn't
question.
ask, she's,
I spoke to her. She was at my home with my children and Deanna.
so do you believe that relationships with your extended family reflect on your ability to be a parent?
No.
So the fact that you're friends with his wife, you've been in and out of his home, and y'all were having a conversation about family relations.
She asked me a question if I had heard him speak that, and the answer is yes. We were in a mixed group setting at actually my home, not her home, and he was discussing his relationship with his brother. I answered the question.
With his brother? Okay. Now, what do you do for a living?
I'm a travel agent.
Travel agent. And you've been friends with Miss Dodd for a couple of years?
No, 8.
8 years, I think, yeah, you said since your children were
2.
2. I knew there was a 2 in there somewhere. So since your daughters were 2, and they're now
10.
10 years old. Okay, and I believe they're in fourth grade. Do they go to school at Burns together?
They do.
All right. And the Dodds have 3 children, a son who's 12,
Yes.
daughter that you've referenced who's 10, and they have a younger child who is in kindergarten.
Correct.
And what are your children's ages?
5, who's in kindergarten, 8, who's in 3rd grade, 10, who's in 4th grade, and I have a 17-year-old son who's a senior.
Okay. And you've been in and out of the home to the point of where, and then you decided because of the filth in the home, the kids weren't going to go over there anymore?
That is not why my decision was made.
So, well, you just said that you found mouse droppings and things such as that.
That was related to the cleaning. That is not the reason my children are not allowed to go over there.
Okay. And then what are you doing over there if your kids are not over there?
Helping with Deanna, whatever she needs, helping with the kids.
What does she need help with?
If she, like one day I took her groceries, being a good friend, helped her carry her groceries inside, put them away. It's not that she needs help, I'm just being a good friend.
Okay. And again, the house got in that way when, in a matter of disarray, when he goes and he works and leaves the house, as you said, leaves at about 7 and gets home between 4 and 6, and he's gone away from the home. Correct?
Is that why the house is like that? I can't answer that question. I don't know why their house is like that.
You listen, did you hear my question, ma'am, or do you just want to say something? You just want to talk and say what you want to say? I
Ms.
did.
Roberts just asked the question, and ma'am, if you'll listen directly to the question she's being asked, then just answer that question and that question only.
What is the question?
You stated that you know that Mr. Dodd leaves about 7 o'clock in the morning and comes home between 4 and 6.
Yes,
So that tells me you're at the house at 7 o'clock in the morning and you're at the house between 4 and 6, so the Dodd house.
no, I
that
didn't.
correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, how do you know that then?
Because I know his work schedule because we've been friends for years. He didn't used to not like me until recently.
Okay.
We're close. I mean, we're not just casual friends. We're very close.
Okay. And during that period of time, this debris built up in the house. And prior to a couple of years ago, she started preschool, working part-time at the preschool 4 years ago or 3 years ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. So she was a stay-at-home mom up until that period of time,
Correct.
with 2 children in school and 1 at home. Correct?
Well, she's always been a stay-at-home mom since she
Well, I
had
was
her
just saying in
children.
that 2-year period before she started work 2 years ago, she was a stay-at-home mom.
Yes,
She had 1 child who was still home,
yes,
and 2 of the kids were already in school.
yes,
And this is when this debris built up. They both lived in this home.
correct.
And then you felt compelled to go into help clean it up.
Yes.
And what day of the week was this?
A Friday, Saturday, and Sunday,
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Mr. Dodd had worked all week.
as had my husband and myself.
Okay. Do y'all both do physical labor too?
My husband does. I at the time did not. I worked at a drug testing facility, working with,
Y'all were just good neighbors and friends to both of them at the time?
correct,
And how long ago was this?
like 3 years ago.
3 years ago? Okay. And they had let their house get into disarray,
Correct,
and y'all went in and helped them.
correct.
But you would agree that they both let it get that way?
Correct.
And how many times are you in the house when the kids are getting a bath at night?
How many times have I been, or how many times am I?
Well, Ms. Duke asked you some questions that I kind of thought were a little bit different. Have you ever seen him give the kids a bath?
And I said no.
And that's what just like, well, how often are you in the house when it's time for bath time?
I just answered the question. I've never seen him give a bath.
Well,
I'm not saying he hasn't. I'm just saying I've never witnessed it.
but when were you in the house at bath time?
Oh, I've been there that late before several times. Kids are in the shower, kids are getting a bath.
Okay, but the kids in the showers, those were the older kids taking their own.
Well, over the course of 8 years. So no, there've been times that they've been in the bathtub, or my children have been in the bathtub with her children as well.
Okay. And you've never seen him, there was something else, observed him making dinner. Are you at the house when they're making dinner?
I have been there when dinner is being made, yes. Have I observed him? No.
And is that when he's coming home between 4 and 6?
Yes.
And would she typically go on and start dinner?
I'm not sure typically, but the times that I had been there, she had already started dinner.
She already starts dinner. So again, I'm just thinking about the normal nuclear family, if you would, that if one parent, the husband goes to work, mom's at home, then typically it falls to her to start supper.
Sure.
And that's the normal course of what's happened, correct?
Correct.
Now, have you been the one, have you encouraged her to file for divorce?
I did not encourage. I supported.
You supported, because she made that decision that she didn't want to be married anymore.
Correct.
And then you used some unique words that she let him have the kids. What authority do you think that she had the right to let him have the kids over Father's Day weekend? Your specific words is she let him have them.
I don't know that I was paying attention that closely to the words, but the fact that she texted him and said, if you want to keep the kids, she was standing on my porch, if you want to keep the children for the weekend for Father's Day, that's fine. I'll pick them up on Monday. That was my observation of her text message on my porch the weekend that this happened.
Well,
So not authority given, just that's what happened.
And again, Miss Duke talked about him being controlling and things like that. What you've just described is her being controlling. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
I'm going to let you keep the kids.
I don't know that that was the exact wording. Like I said, I wasn't putting an emphasis on my words.
And and you weren't putting emphasis on your words?
Correct.
Okay. So the fact that she came to him and said, I'm not happy, correct?
Yes.
You understand they don't have any interest in that home,
Yes.
that it's owned by his mother,
Yes.
and a controlling person just could say, fine, leave, couldn't they?
They could.
But instead, this man who you, by the questions that were asked, gave her the space that she needed, that she asked for, let her stay in the home.
Is that a question?
Did that happen?
Yes.
And he altered his schedule, and he's been coming every weekend to be with the kids.
Correct.
And then you picked the kids up as a friend when you said you've been friends for both of them. She asked you if you could pick them up because she started working the Bank of Dixon, doesn't get off till 5 or 6 on Fridays. Correct?
No, she's only gotten off at 6 one Friday, but she didn't ask me. I told her that I would be willing to do that.
Oh, you told her, so you're with a controlling one in that situation.
Sure.
Judge objection, argumentative, that's silly.
Sustained, I think the characterization such as that is unnecessary.
So again, in y'all's conversation, you're looking at it from a standpoint that you knew she was going to have to work late on Fridays.
She's
When I
on,
say
Judge,
late,
that's-
after picking up the kids. She couldn't be there to pick the kids up at 3,
correct.
which she had done when she worked at the daycare.
Correct.
You said, I'm available, and
Correct.
she said, great.
Correct.
You don't know what conversation went on with her and her husband, do you?
No.
Whether she told him, look, I've made arrangements for Miss Halsey to pick up the kids.
She did tell me that she had that conversation.
That she had said that.
Yes.
And so, again, he didn't have a fit and say, absolutely not. I'll make arrangements, put them in daycare, aftercare.
He did rebuttal her saying that, yes.
Well, you don't know that. You didn't hear that. That's what she
I'm going
told
to
you.
object,
Is
Ms.
that correct?
Roberts asked for that, and she's allowed
No.
to testify to it.
One at a time.
She opened that door.
Not for hearsay, Your Honor.
The question that you asked, repeat your question.
It asked for hearsay.
If you
Excuse
could
me,
let her,
I'm sorry,
I'd ask
I
her to repeat the question.
I'm going through the scenario again. You know that she advised him that she had arranged with you to pick the children up.
I read with my own eyeballs the text messages on her phone where he said, what do you propose we do? She responded, let's keep the kids in the home, throughout the custody arrangement, if you will. And I'm paraphrasing, but he did ask, what do you propose? She said, let's keep the kids at home. So she would have them Monday through Friday. She told him, I read with my own eyes, that she told him that I would be doing that, and he rebutted and said that he had other people that could be available to pick up the children. Nonetheless, I have picked up the children since August 1st.
But what, did she say it didn't matter, or did he ever come and tell you? Did you ever hear him say,
He's
no,
not
you can't
spoken.
pick up the kids?
No, he's not spoken to me.
Okay. And you carried them back to the house where he's been
Not every time, no.
on Fridays?
No, he's not been home any Friday that I've dropped them off. He's been home one time when my husband had to pick up the kids and drop them off, but otherwise
They go to your house?
Can she let her finish, please?
I thought she
I
had
thought
yours.
she had finished.
She was just-
Were
she
you
opened
finished
up-
with your answer, ma'am?
I was going to explain, but I can wait.
Go ahead and explain it.
On days that Ella has dance, I take Ella, which is the daughter, to dance with my girls. If Ella has needed, like she got new glasses, she needed her glasses adjusted, they close at 5, I was available to take her. I volunteered to take her to do that. Otherwise, I drop Graham and JB off on the weeks that Abby is at home. She's already home, so there's someone at home at 12:30, but on every Friday that I have dropped them off, he has never been home. The one time that my husband had to do it, he was home that day. Otherwise, he's not been home.
Do you take the kids to your house or at 3 o'clock after you pick them up, or do you carry them to their house? To his home?
I carry him to their house.
Do you wait there?
I do not. They do not get there typically until 3:45. She gets off at 4. So,
So nobody's home when you drop the kids?
correct.
Okay.
Well, except for the weeks that Abigail's home, who's 17.
On the weeks that she's,
There.
and she only comes week to week?
She comes
Every
every
other
other week.
Right, okay. So and she has her own vehicle and drives, and if she's there, you drop them off, but when it's not her week, nobody's there until typically when Miss Dodd gets home.
Correct.
Then you leave,
I make sure they get in the door.
okay. And then you don't know what happens after that. You just know she packs up and comes to your house at some point in time when he gets home.
Are we referring to specifically on Fridays?
Yes, I'm talking about Fridays.
Yeah, she gets off and then I assume just comes straight to my house. As far as the children, I drop them off. They go in and shut the door and
So the 12, the 10, and the 6-year-old are dropped off on Fridays
correct,
until he gets home.
correct.
On Monday through Thursday, you drop them off and until she gets home.
Correct.
Every other week, Abby, which is his daughter, is there. And
Yes,
she's typically there, so they're not alone.
correct.
You don't stay and don't know on Fridays what time he gets home, or anything like that.
I have passed him on my way home a few times, but no.
Okay. So you know he's close behind.
I would assume so.
Only on those occasions when you pass.
Correct.
Okay.
Let me make sure I'm understanding. Is anyone there at the house when you drop the kids off?
No,
So they stay there
unless
about-
Abby's there.
Unless Abby is there? All right.
I don't typically drop them off until about 3:45, and she gets off at 4. So
And who is Abby?
Abby's
His
the
daughter.
stepdaughter to Deanna,
My client's 17-year-old daughter who goes to
Fairview High School.
Fairview High School.
All right, thank
And
you.
Ms. Dodd, she said, got off at 4.
And again, just some of the wording that I question in what you say. You said something about, that you've observed that with other people providing financial means. I mean, he's provided his finances for the family, correct?
Correct.
He's worked,
Correct.
correct? And provided that money for the family. And you said, and you just made it seem like that there's been some other source of income coming in, or somebody else has had to help this family. Whoever's providing finances or
That is
financial
also
help?
correct.
Who is that? other than him?
Members of her family, I'm not sure about his family, but I know members of her family. I've provided financial support.
Because they haven't had enough money at the end of the month, so to speak?
Correct. I don't have any money for groceries this week. I've ordered groceries. I've sent them to her house. I've sent them meals. I've given her gift cards over the course of 8 years, yes.
How many occasions have you had to give her money?
I'd say probably a dozen or so, maybe more.
You know whether she's approached her husband and know where the money's gone?
Do I know if she has approached him?
Uh-huh.
Yes,
How do you know that?
because she told me.
And she's been, in your testimony, she's been the one that's been the money manager.
Correct,
And they don't have a mortgage payment and don't pay for the house.
correct.
And she has the newer car.
It's in both of their names,
But I mean, I'm talking about drive. They both have vehicles, but the one that she drives is the newer vehicle.
correct. The one that's in the driveway, her grandmother paid the $10,000 bill on, so it's paid off by her grandmother
When was that?
a year and a half ago or so.
So the vehicle that she's driving, she got money from her grandmother?
They had another vehicle, a red Dodge. I don't know what it is. It's an SUV. They were upside down at my husband's in the car business, and we had discussed what their options were with selling it. We knew what was owed. Her grandmother, she had a family member to the grandmother pass away. The grandmother said, instead of me giving you the money, let me help with the financial burden. She paid off what was left, so they didn't have the monthly note, what was left on that red car. They had a white van. Again, my husband's in that industry. We had talked about it, what they owed on the vehicle. They ended up taking it and trading it in for the vehicle that they now own. But the red car was paid off $10,000 by her grandmother.
How often are you in the home with the family?
Lately, not a lot, just because I haven't needed to be, other than the few times. But
Prior
over
to the separation, how many days of the week were you in the home with Mr. and Ms. Dodd together?
I would say probably like 5 times a month, randomly, whether I was coming in, going out, dropping kids off, picking kids up, hanging out, whatever that looked like.
And you dropped off and picked up even when they were together sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah, as
All
she
right, that's
did.
all.
Redirect.
When you went through the stuff in the basement, whose items or property were those?
Predominantly Brian.
Okay. And were those items from his prior marriage?
I'm not sure where the items that were stored. There was a lot of garbage in bags and not in bags. So I'm not sure where the other items came from.
And was the reasoning for the wife to be the financial manager because of Mr. Dodd's credit issues?
Again, I'm going to object outside of her scope of knowledge.
I can rephrase it if
Sustained as to the question presently phrased.
have Mr. Dodd and Miss Dodd had conversations with you about why she's the one managing the money?
Together, no.
Okay. Has Mr. Dodd ever made comments to you about that?
About what?
About the wife handling the finances?
Made comments directly to me, no.
Okay. And during this process, it sounds like a one-way street. I'm gonna ask you though, does Miss Dodd return some of these favors to you?
Absolutely. My husband had cancer 5 years ago, and
You may.
I was pregnant with my 4th child. I'm sorry. And she was very helpful. She picked up my kids.
Again, I'm going to object, as I understand what Ms. Doherty said.
Mhm.
This is something that happened 5 years ago, if the child, if she was pregnant.
Question was, does Ms. Dodd return the favor of doing favors for her? And she was testifying that yes, she had. So what's your objection?
Well, the timeliness, I mean, I understand she was doing it, and she just prefaced it saying, when I was pregnant with my fourth child, as I understood her testimony, I may have understood it wrong, her fourth child is now 5 years old, so this event that we're talking about
Yes, but she's,
is 5 years ago, is 6 years ago. Child's 4 and she was pregnant, so, I mean, child's 5 and she was pregnant.
And what she testified to about them helping clean out the basement, she said was 3 years ago.
Well, and
All of
she
these
didn't do that
things-
until I asked. I did not realize that that was until I asked her that it was 3 years ago.
Overruled.
so Ms. Dodd, y'all are best friends. Is that fair?
I've never had a sister. She lost her sister, so we consider each other sisters.
And so it's not a one-way, you help with groceries, she helps with transport here and there,
Correct. I've
Fair
never
enough.
asked to be repaid.
and vice versa. Has she ever asked you to be repaid for what she did when your husband was undergoing cancer treatment?
No.
To your knowledge, has Mr. Dodd been watching you and Miss Dodd on the household cameras?
That he recently installed, yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Dodd does something that maybe he's not supposed to, has he been erasing those cameras?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Have you rewatched the videos on the cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And are there chunks of time that are missing from those videos?
Yes.
And are they chunks of time when he's left the children at home to fend for themselves?
Objection, Your Honor, that lack of personal knowledge on what he's done, unless she's there.
I don't mind to move on. I think the court can recognize what's already been asked.
Sustain the objection.
You've objected, those objections have been sustained, so the court will not consider, correct?
Correct.
Contrary to what was.
Judge, if she can refrain from making commentary, please.
Mr. Roberts, refrain from making comments that are outside the scope of your objection.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure that the record is clear. I want to make sure you sustain the objection.
I sustain the objection, which means that an objection that is sustained, the court cannot consider the evidence that was elicited. That's what sustaining means.
Do you go to the home regularly? It's been
Yes.
asked 10 times.
Yes.
And prior to the separation, was there a doorbell camera at the home?
No.
Okay. Now that they're separated, is there a doorbell camera at the home?
Within the last 2 weeks, yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Ms. Dodd install that?
No.
Okay.
Chaos explodes in court. The wife wants space, but still lives rent-free, and the judge instantly calls it out. Then money drama hits. She keeps her own finances while blaming him. A friend claims he does nothing, but the defense fires back, accusing her of controlling everything, even access to the kids. The judge steps in as tensions peak. So who's really at fault?
In the last week or so, has Ms. Dodd had to ask you for assistance financially because Mr. Dodd cut her off financially?
No, she has not asked, but she has shown me the bank account where they share that has $0.33, I think was in it, or 77 cents, where she was not given anything. I let her know to let me know if she needed help.
And knowing Mr. Dodd, is that kind of his MO? He punishes her when he's not happy with her.
Yes, this has happened before.
Judge, I think that's all.
There's not a doorbell camera
It's a camera that's directly above the door. It's a motion when you pull in, it's recording the driveway, the action from the driveway to the door.
Floodlight camera, like the one you screw in a house,
No, it's directly applied to the house.
applied to the house. Got floodlights with it? Floodlight camera. That's, what is it, solar or wired
No,
or
it's
battery, you
wired.
know?
It's
And
wired.
it's looking at it's looking at the driveway, seeing when the kids are dropped off. You can see who's coming into the house and who's leaving.
Correct,
It's not on the interior of the home.
correct. That I know of.
And so again, you've got a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 12-year-old being left home alone. Correct,
Correct.
for a period of time.
Correct.
And he installed it.
That was not the reason he gave her what I saw with my eyes on her phone when she asked him why he did that.
So she shows you all these text messages. Okay. Yeah. But it's to see who's coming in and going.
No, he said it was to know if the Freeman people were walking down the driveway. Because Abby had texted him one day and said that there were visitors. He assumed that it was Freeman. This is his words. He assumed that it was Freeman. It was actually deer. So his reasoning for the camera was
Seeing
for the
who's coming
Freeman.
and
If
going
she
in the
can
driveway.
finish, Judge, she got interrupted again.
Oh, she had finished.
She was in the middle of a statement. She was right in the middle of a word.
She had stopped and I said, seeing who's coming and going
We can
from the
re-
driveway.
Overrule
I
the
would-
objection. Repeat your question.
And again, just for the record, when you said the Freeman people, is there a drug rehabilitation house in their neighborhood?
It's across 96.
Okay, so again, just for the record, if this goes for anybody else to review, Freeman, you're referring to people who are in drug rehabilitation with Freeman Recovery here in Dixon County.
I assume that's what he was referring to, yes.
On this that you read.
Yes, that I read. Mhm.
Redirect. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you may leave. Anybody have a witness that'll be about 25 minutes? Who all do we have left to hear from?
Just these two.
Well, we're going to roll this over to tomorrow morning. Can you be here at 8:30 to recommence?
I can.
All right. Yeah, I know. Okay. We will adjourn then until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. to resume this case. And then once this case is concluded, we'll move on with the rest of the docket. At 9 o'clock or shortly thereafter, when we get between witnesses, I may take up those short matters on the regular docket so that I can get more people out of here. And then we'll take your case back. Your case is going to be the first contested hearing. All right.
And if we could, just so that I'm going to notify the others. We have the divorce in Ferguson. Attempt on Marley with me. So if it doesn't look like matter, when you're taking that window of the short matters, if we could possibly address that motion to continue, given the fact that it may not be.
Pardon me, we can do that.
They don't have to wait a minute.
Let me, what else do you have, Mr. tomorrow?
Just the show cause.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we've got show cause tomorrow too.
Maybe it's setting also. Ms. Roberts and I have one together that we gotta figure out.
It'll either be non-suit or agreed order. I filed a petition to establish maternity and adoption. I had lost contact with my client. And so I had advised him either we're going to non-suit it, and Ms. Duke suggested. I have not heard from my client yet. That's what, I'm just going to be asking for an extra week to get in touch with him before I non-suit. And if not, then if we can't, we'll enter an agreement order.
All right, well, we'll deal with that. We're in reset. We're adjourned until 8 o'clock, 8:30 tomorrow morning.
All rise.
Back in June, you decided you were unhappy in your marriage to the point of where you wanted a separation.
Correct?
And you talked to your husband about that,
Yes.
and he said, okay. After he professed he didn't want one, he loved you, wanted to stay married, correct?
Yeah, he said a lot of things.
Okay. And you said, no, I want a separation.
That is correct.
And you're the one that brought up about first getting a trailer for him to live in, right?
No, ma'am.
So he was going, have y'all have a trailer?
No, ma'am.
You had just said that he had brought something up about maybe getting a trailer.
He did. He made the statement that he would like to either refinish the room that is in our basement or park a camper at our home to live in.
Okay. So that he could be there.
Correct.
And you said, absolutely not, I don't want you here.
That's correct.
And so, in an effort to appease you, you suggested this 4 days with you, 3 days with him, right?
Because I thought that was best for our children. Yes.
Okay, and that's what y'all done, and you keep saying the 9th of June, but the Father's Day was the 15th of June.
Okay. It was Father's Day weekend.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because y'all were saying Father's Day weekend and the 9th of June, and I just wanted to clarify. In looking at my calendar,
Sure.
Father's Day was Sunday, the 15th.
Okay. It was Father's Day weekend.
Okay, so Father's Day weekend is when you approached him
Yes.
and said, I'm done,
That is correct.
or was it, I just want to separate for a while?
I told him that we needed to separate and I needed some space.
You needed some space, and so he was willing to give you that space.
Begrudgingly, but yes.
Begrudgingly,
Yeah.
he offered an alternative that you rebuked,
I was not willing to stay.
and then why
With
didn't you
him.
leave?
Why did I leave?
Yeah, why didn't you just say, fine, I'm going?
I did.
Oh, you did leave the home?
Just for the night, yes, when I told him that I needed space.
Okay. But you weren't just saying I needed space for the night. You were saying I needed space, but you wanted to stay in the home that is his mother's.
It's our marital home with our children, yes.
Well, you have no rental agreement.
That's correct.
You pay no rent.
That's correct.
You don't pay the taxes and the insurance, do you?
We do pay the taxes, yes.
Do you pay the homeowner's insurance?
If we have homeowners insurance,
Well, you have said that I was the one that paid all of the bills.
That's correct.
And
To
when
my
I did-
knowledge-
When I did it, everything was on time and everything was,
to my knowledge, we do not have homeowners insurance.
and that's what I was asking. Not a trick question, do you have homeowner's insurance? And no,
What?
Yeah.
That's
The
exactly.
legal basis for your objection is asked and answered,
Yes.
overruled.
Oh, yeah, ma'am, you said that you were the steward of your finances. You were the one that organized it, paid everything. And my question about the home that's owned by your mother-in-law is, you pay no insurance, you pay no rent. You know you pay the taxes?
Yes, we have paid the taxes.
Have or do? I mean, just on one occasion?
No,
or-
multiple occasions, we have taken care of the property taxes.
Okay, do you do that every year?
Yes,
Okay. And then you don't know whether you have homeowners insurance or whether your mother-in-law has homeowners and whether y'all pay it or not.
I do not. The last time that we spoke about insurance through Farm Bureau, it was talked about that we were going to get a renter's insurance. I, however, do not know if he ever followed through with that.
Well, you would know if you were writing the check,
It comes out direct deposit directly to Farm Bureau, ma'am.
but do you not balance your checkbook
I use our online banking app.
and know whether it's coming out or not?
That's correct.
So does it come out?
Yes, it comes out.
So you have renter's insurance?
If he got that added to our insurance package, yes.
And ma'am, with all due respect, I don't know is an appropriate answer if you don't know. Please don't guess.
Okay, then I don't know if he added
Thank you.
homeowners.
Now, and in your parenting plan that you've submitted with this court, you want to take time away from your husband,
That's correct.
even though you believed it was in the children's best interest. Correct?
Yes,
to do a 4-3 schedule,
that's correct.
and now you've changed your mind.
I think that's in my children's best interest,
Why?
yes. Because he has not cared for my children properly.
How?
Their hygiene, the way that they eat, it's not healthy for them to eat out for every meal every day.
Well, how do you know that they eat out for every meal of every day?
I can see it coming out of our joint banking account, online banking.
And again, you talked about him saying something to you about going and eating out at Condessa.
Yes, ma'am?
And he asked you about why you charge $62 for one single meal.
That's correct.
What did you eat for $62?
He asked me that, and I was very open and honest with him and told him that we had gone to have drinks at Condessa that night.
Who is we?
Me, my best friend, and her husband.
And did you pay for them?
I did.
Knowing that you're on a limited budget, knowing that you don't have money to pay certain things, you treated somebody to dinner and drinks,
Yes,
and he asked you about it.
correct.
Said we don't have the money to do that.
No, ma'am. He
So
did
what
not.
did he do? He just asked and said, "What was this for?"
He did. He asked what I ate at Condessa for $62. I told him that we had drinks at Condessa and then offered to reimburse him the money back.
Okay. So where was the ugliness in that?
Nobody said or accused him of being ugly.
Oh, yes, ma'am. You remember your testimony, that Ms. Duke asked you he was ugly to you about eating out?
As I recall, she just asked if he asked if I had eaten out.
Well, the record will speak for itself. So he was just asking why $62.
Judge, I'd ask that Ms. Roberts not make sidebar comments like that. The record will just speak for itself. That's not appropriate.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't. Why?
I don't find that to be an inappropriate statement. There are times when sidebar comments are clearly inappropriate, but that one in particular, I do not find to be offensive. Overruled.
So he just asked you why you spent $62.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they reimburse you?
He said that he did not. Are you asking if they reimbursed me? No, ma'am.
Okay. Because that's what you said. You told him, oh, they'll reimburse us.
No, ma'am. I said I offered to reimburse him
From what?
my own personal paycheck money
Why is that your own personal paycheck?
because
Don't
it goes into my personal account.
Why is it not going into the family account to pay
Because
family bills?
the bank does not allow me to do that. The bank made me open an account through their bank for my check to go into.
Bank of Dixon pays by direct deposit.
That's correct.
And so you have to have a checking account through Bank of Dixon to get
That
your
is
direct
correct.
deposit.
Yes,
But did you realize that you can transfer your money into your joint account so that your bills can be paid?
yes,
But you were elected not to do that
I did.
because that's your money.
Well,
Correct?
I mean, I've been taking care of myself and my children with that money.
So it's okay for us to classify his money and your money, and it's not our money.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Why do you get to keep yours and he has to put his in the account?
Well, respectfully, ma'am, he makes 3 times more money than I do.
And you're asking for, saying that there wasn't payments made in the account. Did you have the money to make the car payment?
No, ma'am,
Why not?
because the car payment is almost $1,000 a month. I don't make that kind of money.
You make $15 an hour working 40 hours a week,
That's correct.
and that's $2,600 a month.
Yes, ma'am.
But then when Ms. Duke asked you, do you make $2,600 a month, you just said no. You only make $2,200.
That's what I gain. Yes, ma'am.
That's your net, not your gross.
That is correct.
So you agree that your gross is $2,600,
600. Yes, ma'am.
and you've taken all of that since you've been working, albeit it's just been a month, a little over a month.
Working for the Bank of Dixon, I started July 21st. Yes.
And then when you were working, when did you quit and not work at the daycare? The preschool?
I quit probably early July.
So,
But I also did not receive a paycheck from them in the month of June or July.
because they don't have school during the month.
That
of
is
June or
correct.
July. So you actually finished up the term in May,
Yes,
and you get paid a flat rate of $10,000?
that is correct.
Did you get an offset for your child's attendance?
No,
You paid the full amount for your child's attendance?
it was included in my paycheck. Or
What was
it was agreed upon that I would not have to pay tuition while I worked there.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
You got $10,000 plus free tuition.
That is correct. Yes.
Which was how much a month?
$125
A week or
a month.
a month?
Yes.
Okay. So you got that plus the $10,000.
No, ma'am. It was never like physically paid to me. He just got to go to school for free.
But again, that was a benefit to you.
Yes.
But did you put that money in a separate account too?
Yes.
And where is this separate account?
TriStar.
So you have a bank at TriStar and you have an account at Bank of Dixon.
That's correct.
Do you transfer your Bank of Dixon money into the TriStar account?
I do not.
And then where's your joint account?
First Bank.
First Bank. So y'all have 3 banks.
That's correct.
Why did you open an account at TriStar?
Originally, it was because of the financial irresponsibility of Brian.
Financial irresponsibility?
Correct.
What is that? What do you mean?
He had thousands of dollars in debt. I wanted us to be able to live a better life. So in an attempt to establish our family better, I opened an account that we could put money into as needed to save.
What was that $1,000 of debt for?
He had almost $17,000 in credit card debt prior to our marriage that snuck up on him 3 years ago when they came and garnished his wages. And then he also had a personal loan for a camper that we sold years ago that was still being paid on.
Was that before the marriage or during the 13 years of marriage?
He owned the camper before the marriage and sold it right after we got married.
So when you say financial mismanagement, this is something that he had before the marriage?
That's correct.
When you married him?
That is correct.
So it wasn't financial mismanagement during your marriage. He had these debts and brought them into the marriage?
Unbeknownst to me, yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask him about it?
His debt?
Yeah, when y'all got married, did you say, hey, look, I need a Dun & Bradstreet report to see what you...
No, ma'am.
But you knew he had gone through a divorce,
Yes.
and you were quasi-involved in that. You and he had started a relationship before he ended his other relationship, didn't you?
Well, I actually moved into the home with he and his ex-wife when I turned 18 years old because of a poor family situation. And to my knowledge, they both agreed to allow that. And from there, I felt pursued, yes.
Okay. And you and he started having an affair while he was still married, correct?
Yes.
And his wife found out?
No,
She didn't?
no.
And that wasn't brought up in the marriage?
It has been said multiple times that I was not the reason that they divorced.
But did she find out about y'all's affair?
I can't give testimony to that. I don't know.
You don't, okay, that's fine, you
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
If
To my
she knew
knowledge, no.
about it. Okay. And so he gets divorced, and then y'all continue your relationship and y'all get married, correct?
He moved to McKenzie where I was in college at Bethel University, and we pursued a relationship from there.
There. And he asked you to marry him?
He didn't ask me, no, but there were conversations about it.
Y'all just decided to get married?
Correct.
Okay. And y'all got married, and that was some 13 years ago,
Almost.
almost 13 years ago, and y'all discussed having a family
Correct.
and wanted to immediately start a family.
Correct.
And shortly after y'all's marriage, you became pregnant because your son is now 12.
Correct.
And at that point in time, you had dropped out of college.
Yes.
He was the primary breadwinner. He's how many years older than you?
23.
23 years older. So he had already established a work career, correct?
Yes.
And he continued to work, and y'all elected at that point in time for you to be a stay-at-home mom.
Correct.
And y'all brought your son into the world and then waited a little bit and then we're blessed with your daughter
Yes.
and then your youngest son, correct? And during
Correct.
all of that period of time, you stayed home and he earned the wage.
Yes.
You didn't work at all until your youngest son started preschool, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't have, it wasn't a babysitting, you didn't have any income effectively for the first,
I did actually babysit a family friend.
right, but again, nothing significant. You didn't have a public job, we'll say.
Correct.
But then when your youngest son got time to start preschool, y'all both agreed and thought it was important for him to get ready for school and to go into preschool.
Yes.
And the Methodist Church preschool is very highly rated. And you were lucky enough to get hired so that he got free admission and you got paid for being there the same time he was.
Correct.
Now, did you just work, did he go a Monday, Wednesday, or a Tuesday, Thursday?
He was actually there all 4 days with me.
Oh, so he went all 4 days and you worked
Yes.
all 4 days?
That's correct.
Okay. And so he went with a Monday, Wednesday class and a Tuesday, Thursday class?
Yes.
Okay. And that was from, do they still start about 9 in the morning, go till 1 something?
It depends on the age of the child. He was in a 5-year-old class that went from 9 to 2. And then-
That's the kindergarten readiness class? the
That's
5-year-old
correct.
Pre-K?
Yes. But all other classes, with the exception of the 2-year-old class, are 9 to 1.
9 to 1?
Yes.
Okay. And so he did both of those
Correct.
for 2 years? So he was in a K-4, he was in the 4-year-old class, then jumped up to the 5, or was he in,
He's been there since he was 2.
since he was 2? So he
Yes.
was going, even while you were at home and all the other kids were at school, he started?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the demarcation of responsibilities in the family was your husband worked on a public job outside,
Yes.
and he's always had to leave 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Not always.
At some point in time, y'all started a HVAC business.
He was self-employed when we first got married.
Okay.
And
Doing what?
he owned his own alarm business.
Okay.
And then when that wasn't working out for the family, he took a job at Nissan very temporarily.
And that's the Nissan plant in Smyrna?
Yes.
Or Nissan selling cars?
No, the plant.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
Yes. And then he went to work for a company called Engineered Comfort. He was fired from that job where.
That was the HVAC company?
Yes. Where he then decided that he would open his own HVAC company with the assistance of his mother.
She was the financial backer?
Correct. When that didn't work out, he went to work for a company, Security Fire. He was doing labor-intensive work, got promoted to a desk job, didn't last long, he was fired from that job, and then he got the job that he's currently at now at State Systems.
And he is doing fire alarm maintenance and,
That's correct.
okay. So it's been y'all have had some times of unemployment, self-employment,
That's correct.
and had to depend a lot of times on his family or his mother to assist y'all financially.
And mine, yes.
And again, and then your family, you don't have a good relationship with your parents, correct?
That's correct.
And so, again, just wondering, when he was talking to your best friend, as you keep calling her, Miss Halsey, when she had made the comment that he was saying that he was talking about his brother and whether or not he had a good relationship with him. You have family members who you don't have a good relationship with.
That's correct. I would say we all do.
Exactly, that's a normal course. And then the people that we're talking about, if your son came in there, and I think it was Connie and Blake, or who was, what is Connie's husband's name?
Gary,
Gary. Connie and Gary, they're actually not grandparents, they're cousins, right?
That's correct,
They're your
yes.
cousins, on your mom's or dad's side?
my dad's side,
Okay. And where do they live?
in Dixon.
In Dixon. And so when he talked about his grandmother, or when it was asked something about grandmother, he doesn't have a relationship with his maternal grandparents, right? Your kids don't have a relationship with
They do not have a relationship with my dad. They do, however, have a relationship with my mother.
It just when he testified, he said something, and it seemed that he said his grandmother, Connie. And I just wanted to clarify for the record, Connie's a cousin.
That's correct.
So y'all have had some financial difficulty throughout the 13 years.
Yes.
But y'all done the best you can.
Yes.
Okay. By the grace of his mother, she bought a home for y'all.
Yes.
Right? Y'all tried to purchase a home, and both yours and his credit were not sufficient to where y'all could purchase a home. Is that right?
Correct.
And so she purchased the home, and then when his father passed, she took money and paid off the mortgage so that the house is free and clear.
I can't testify to that.
At any rate, it was all her money that
Yes.
went in to purchase that home that y'all are living in.
Correct.
Okay. And but you want to stay in the home even though it's her home?
Yes.
Have you made arrangements to find a place? Are you
I'm
looking?
currently looking, yes.
Okay, and where are you looking?
Local to Dixon, Burns.
Are you just looking for someplace to rent, or?
I haven't decided fully. I've been looking at rental properties and other options.
And again, have you, given the fact that you're making $2,600 a month, have you signed up to see whether or not you would be eligible for Section 8 housing?
I did look into that, but when I pursued that, they were not taking applications.
Okay. But when you leave the house on Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night, you're staying with your friend, Miss Halsey,
That's correct.
and you have the availability to do that?
Yes.
Has she told you got to leave?
No.
And again, have you questioned whether or not you can stay there for a full week and then come back to the house for a week?
I have.
And what's that response?
From,
She's willing to let you do that, correct?
yes.
Okay. So you're 33 now.
Yes.
Just turned 33. Your birthday is in September. Have you turned 33 yet?
Yes, September 1st.
Okay. And you're working at the Bank of Dixon. Do you have benefits at the Bank of Dixon?
Currently not eligible until October.
And again, because it's a 90-day waiting period before you can get that. And right now, because of your financial situation with you and your husband, y'all have been eligible to acquire TennCare insurance. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so all of your children are covered under governmental provided. And are you
Yes.
and your husband also covered under that?
I think so. I think it's through like the state. We do
Ms. Roberts, let
pay.
me interrupt. In my understanding that he makes $90,000 a year and they're on TennCare?
It's eligibility because of the number of children, Your Honor. And again, 90,000, he makes $35 an hour. So it actually works out to about $78,000 a year, Judge. There is availability when he testifies about overtime and things such as that, but effectively his wage is $35 and some change an hour. So again, who went through the process to acquire the health insurance?
He did the application.
Did he have insurance at a previous employer?
The kids have been on TennCare for several years.
Y'all been on TennCare for several years, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one that was responsible, he took care of getting all that.
He did.
So when Ms. Duke talked about who does the lion's share of the parenting, you do kind of the things that I usually call the day-to-day drudgery of being a parent. Not that you don't love doing it, but you do the laundry and the fixing the meals and being the taxi and all of that stuff. Is that correct?
Yes,
But he also does parenting, such as making sure that your children have health insurance. Correct?
he filled out the health insurance application.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you seem to minimize that?
I've had to remind him on several occasions to please take care of that.
But you've been on TennCare for several years, so this was several years ago you had to explain to him to do that?
No, this is on the daily, just,
You don't have to daily attend to TennCare, you have an annual renewal.
yes, I have to stay on him about applying so that our children can have insurance.
And you don't know if you have insurance.
I know I have insurance.
I asked you earlier, you and your husband covered under TennCare, and you hesitated.
Yes.
Are y'all, is it a family or is it just for the children?
We have, to my understanding, we have health insurance through TennCare, but we still have to pay in for that insurance.
Okay, so you think it might be under Cover Kids?
Yes,
So it's income-based,
yes.
and it's Cover Kids, not
It is Cover Kids,
It's
yes.
Cover Kids. Do you know how much you pay?
I don't, I think it comes directly out of his check through his employer.
Through his employer?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, you haven't contributed anything to any of the household expenses that you've listed on your income and expense statement?
I have. There have been times that I have made bill payments out of, my paycheck.
Does he have access to that?
No.
Do you tell him that you're making those payments?
Yes.
Why are you putting rent, mortgage at $90?
That's to account for the insurance.
Do you think that's the rental insurance?
Well, on the sheet, it asks us to take an average number per month.
It says, general expenses, 1, rent or mortgage, including monthly pro rata of property taxes and insurance.
Correct.
So I want you to explain what $90 is.
I took an average based off of a monthly, or off of a 12-month. I took our total property tax number and divided that by 12 months to give an average.
Okay, so that's just, when it has all that listed, that's the pro rata, just property tax.
Correct.
Okay. Water, 95, gas, 130, electricity, 200. And again, was that just kind of an average of the bills that come out?
It is. It's an average.
Okay. You have city water,
Yes.
gas, do you have a gas furnace?
Stove and water heater.
And the water heater, and then your electricity, and all those fluctuate.
They do.
Given the time of year.
Yes.
Okay. Then you've got the telephone, and I just want to make sure that I'm correct on that. The telephone includes 4 cell phones, 2 iPads that have internet service.
Correct.
And then you have 2 boxes, 2 internet boxes for internet to your home. Y'all do that through the telephone.
Correct.
And is that through
The provider, Verizon.
Verizon? Okay, you've got car operation monthly average at 400. How did you come up with that, ma'am?
We have multiple vehicles.
Okay. Well, and again, this is car operation, and then a parentheses, monthly average including insurance. Again, since you've kept the bills, you know that y'all pay $360 a month to Farm Bureau
That's
for
correct.
automobile insurance.
Yep.
So so you spend $40 gas?
On
Is that the
average.
way- Is that the way I need to interpret that $400?
Yes, on average.
Okay. What's your personal loan for $162.07?
To pay my lawyer.
And who's the loan from?
Bank of Dixon.
And what's the balance of that loan?
I can't give you an exact number.
How much did you borrow?
5,000.
And your automobile is $975.
Correct.
So you're driving the newest
Yes,
vehicle. And that's a Traverse?
it is.
And then,
Monthly payment on a Traverse is $975?
Yes, sir.
now there's a mark out household items, $1,137.07. What is that? Is that just an addition, is that just adding
I
the
don't-
90, 95, 30? Is that what that number is? Or are you spending 1,137 on household items?
I don't
Do you
have it.
you
in-
have a copy up there?
I
with you?
don't know.
It's added together.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Anybody?
This is your exhibit of your income. See right here, this is household items. Yes. And there's a line through it. And then it says 1,137.07. You know, is that just an addition? I didn't bring my calculator up there.
is.
Is
It's
this, that, the taxes, the utilities, so at 90 plus 80, 857 plus $400, plus 162 and 975, that's a lot more than 1,134. What if you filled this out and signed it under oath? So what is that number?
It was an added expense, or they were all added.
It was what? Let me step back. Hold on.
Jennifer, may I step over to you for a second? Two expenses, that's what that.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure. So it's the 162.07 plus the 975. That's
Yes.
not an additional expense where it says household items.
It's just added, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, because just looking at it, glancing at it, I wanted to make sure you're not just spending another 1,172 on miscellaneous items.
Sure.
And then I want to make sure that I'm understanding these figures correct also. These are monthly expenses. You're spending $50 on food a month, and you're spending $150 on your children a month for food.
Roughly, yes.
But you spent $62 for one meal. How are you just spending $50 when you're door dashing lunch?
I thought that was just food for the home. I did not realize that needed to include out-of-home cost.
Well, and again, I just want to make sure that this is an adequate reflection of what you did. And a lot of people, like I said, you've got here food, clothing, dental, laundry, and cleaning. Okay, and you have 0 for laundry and cleaning.
It's just,
Now,
figured-
If she can finish, Judge, she.
it's figured into the grocery bill.
That was what I was about to ask when I was finishing my question. This has laundry and cleaning. Now, I go to Kroger's or Walmart or whatever, and I buy my laundry soap and my dishwashing liquid and my food and all of that stuff.
Correct.
And so you're saying that on a month basis, that you're buying laundry detergent,
Did that,
dishwashing liquid, food, milk, cereal, Pop-Tarts, eggs, bacon, food to eat in the house on a monthly basis for the whole family of $200.
may I ask a question? Was that supposed to be an average, or did that paper state monthly?
It says monthly.
Okay, then that's my mistake.
Okay, and again, I want to make sure that this is a reflection. I'm not
Yes.
trying to, but, when my client filled out the income and expense statement, it hadn't been made an exhibit.
Sure.
He's putting like $400 for the kids' food, and, for his food, another $200, So on an average, a family of 5
I did an average.
eating on $200, I was going to ask you, how do you do that? This is mistaken, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Recreation, your daughter, middle child takes dance. Who does she
Yes.
take dance with?
Ellen Alvin Dance Exchange,
Okay. And it's $300 a month?
on average.
And again, on average, that is, she takes one class a week?
No.
How many classes a week does she take?
She has 2 classes per week plus choreography
Okay.
because she's on a team.
And then there's team expenses.
Yes.
Costumes. Quite a bit, you know,
Costumes, competition fees.
because when you go to Gatlinburg to go to the competition, or you go to Memphis or wherever, you got to pay the entry fee, the costume fee,
Correct.
and you got to go. Okay. And then you've got $100 school expense.
For miscellaneous school supplies,
Okay. But do the kids get free and reduced lunch?
they do.
Okay, so again, back with this food stuff, that who filled out the application for free and reduced lunch?
I did.
Okay, so you don't have to put money in their account.
Correct.
And as a result of them getting free and reduced lunch, you don't have to pay for field trips and all of that stuff. They get that free.
No, ma'am. We're still required to pay.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't be under the federal guidelines, so. And then barber shop for the kids, you've done that. Okay. Now, your son plays baseball,
Correct.
and does he play travel ball or just rec ball?
He just started playing travel ball.
And what team is he on?
The Dixon Pickles.
Oh, the Dixon Pickles. That's a new team that's just organized, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you talked about, Ms. Duke talked to you about the fact that he questioned you about spending $62 at Condesa, and he stayed in a hotel.
He did.
And you testified that he didn't have to do that.
Correct.
I think the words were, he was close enough where he didn't have to do that, right? Mm-hmm. In fact, the truth of the matter is that your son was playing in a travel baseball tournament in Jackson, Tennessee.
Correct.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he had an early ball game. Was it an 8:00 game?
It was not. No, ma'am.
What time was the first game?
They played at 12:30.
12:30. But he took all of the kids and they went to Jackson along with the other family members with the ball team, and they stayed in a hotel.
To my knowledge, most of the team came back home. Not
After
all.
the game. He stayed in the day before the game.
He played a 2-day tournament. He had to be there Saturday to play.
What time?
I honestly don't remember. We were there all day. I don't remember what time the first game was. We played multiple games.
Right, in a baseball tournament, you play pool play.
Correct.
All day Saturday.
Yes.
And then depending on your where you play and how you stack out, then tournament play starts on Sunday.
That's correct.
And you don't know what time you're going to play on Sunday until you play your pool games on Saturday, right?
That is correct.
And so you don't know whether or not, and it's in Jackson. And he elected to spend the weekend, he didn't just stay in the hotel. Him, your 2 sons and your daughter all stayed in a hotel with him. They all stayed there and had a weekend. Didn't they?
All 4 children. Yes.
And then his 17-year-old
Correct.
all went and had a weekend to watch your son play ball.
Yes.
And then you drove down.
I came down Saturday. Yes.
And did you stay did you come back on Sunday?
I did not.
Okay. So he was there with the kids. When y'all were there on Saturday, did y'all sit in the bleachers? I mean, I'm not asking if you sat up together like a family, but y'all were sitting there rooting on your son.
Correct.
Your other 2 kids were able to come and talk to you and visit with you. It wasn't,
Yes.
stay over here, it's my time, was it? They went back and forth between
Not
them.
directly.
Not directly?
He did not say that, but they stayed with him the majority of the time that they were there.
Well, but and you don't know, if they want it, that's their time with their daddy, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. And then you didn't come back on Sunday, so you didn't feel that you needed to be there.
I wanted to be there. I just couldn't be there.
What were you doing?
I got up and I went to church that day.
Okay. And you could have come,
Sure.
and you just elected not to.
I did.
And your kids were fine,
They were.
taken care of. And again, talking about eating out, when you have travel ball, you got to eat out, don't you?
For the most part, yes. He could have packed a cooler if he wanted to. They allow that.
Some fields allow you to bring coolers out, or you have to leave them in your car.
It was disclosed to us prior to the tournament that we were allowed to bring in coolers.
Okay. How many travel ball tournaments have you done?
This was our first one.
First one? Okay. And everything went great? Did they do any good?
They got a ring.
That's great. They got a championship ring?
They were the runner-ups, but.
Runner-up, so they were so they made it to the championship round.
They did.
What position does JB play?
He's played multiple positions, but currently he's been playing second base.
Second base, good position. Okay. Pretty good?
He is.
Enjoy it?
He does.
Has he played school ball?
No,
Is he gonna try out for school ball?
he would like to.
Okay. Now, where did the money come from for that tournament? Out of our money or your money?
I paid his fees for his uniforms.
You paid for the uniform fees out of your money that you earned?
I did.
Okay. So was that the hotel that you said he didn't have to go to, that you think he spent the money unwisely?
I just know that he stayed in a hotel this last weekend for the tournament when we were an hour and a half away from home.
An hour and a half away from home with 4 kids?
Yes, but we were done playing on Saturday. I was back home by 4:30.
He prepared meals during the marriage. It was predominantly your responsibility, but he would
Some.
prepare meals.
Some.
He would help out with the finances. It was predominantly you wrote the checks or you had the logins. Again, I apologize for my age. I'm still a check writing person. But you would be the one that sits at the computer and makes sure all the bills are paid, right?
That's correct.
And would you discuss it with him if y'all were short on the month?
Yes.
Okay. And what would y'all do about that? Would one of y'all have to call one of your relatives to borrow money?
Sometimes.
A witness reveals shocking claims. The wife was allegedly cut off financially, left with just cents in the account, while the husband is accused of punishing her. But then things flip. Questions expose hidden accounts, spending on drinks, and money not shared with the family. As tensions explode, the judge steps in, and the truth starts unraveling fast. Who's really in control?
Was that pretty much an every month
No.
issue? Were y'all always just barely making it by the end of the month?
It has gotten better over the last, I would say, maybe 4 or 5 years.
Because he got a better paying job?
Correct.
Okay. Now again, and he missed the middle school open house. Did he miss the elementary school open house too?
He did.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date.
Was it before school started?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was this was the meet your teacher night.
Correct.
Okay, and that was on a what night? It was like on a Thursday?
I think it was a Thursday
On a
night.
Thursday night that wasn't his regular night.
Correct.
Okay, and did you call him from there, or did your son call him on his cell phone? You said you overheard a conversation.
Yes, later that night, he had called to talk to the kids for the night, and I overheard the conversation.
So he had called whose number? He being Mr. Dodd, called JB's phone?
That's correct.
Okay, and did JB put it on speakerphone?
It's usually been a FaceTime call, so,
Oh, a FaceTime call?
yeah.
And so was he in his room or just there out in the common area of the home?
The living room, I
Okay.
think.
And JB asked, Daddy, you didn't make it to my meet the
It was
teacher?"
not JB. He was speaking to our youngest son, Graham.
Oh, he was talking to Graham, okay.
Yes.
He was talking to Graham and Graham asked him, Daddy, why didn't you come to my kindergarten open house?
He did not ask him, no.
Well, I thought you said he asked something. My notes were that recent open house, he did not go. that he was talking to the kids, and he was talking to his son, one of your sons, and I apologize, I thought it was JB. But he says, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know about it.
He had asked our son if he had got to meet his teacher, he being Brian, had asked our son if he had gotten to meet his teacher and was having a conversation with him about that, to which he replied with, I'm sorry, Bubba, I didn't know anything about it.
Okay. And at that point in time, your son wouldn't have been signed, this was your youngest child.
Correct.
And Classroom Dojo, he did not have a Classroom Dojo at that time. Your older two did from last year.
That is correct. However, the dojo calendar is posted on the same media as my other two children. So he would have seen the dates regardless.
But again, one is the dojo for middle school, one's the dojo for elementary school, right? Not the
It's,
same one,
it's the same platform.
same platform.
Yes.
So you have to log on differently.
I don't think so. I think you just have an account and your children are added to that account, and
Okay.
then you see respectfully.
And again, I'm just trying to understand, I mean, he missed it.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't remind him, not that it was your obligation to do it,
Correct.
but you didn't, it was during your time.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, when you signed up last year, do you know whether or not he even signed up and had access to the dojo
I don't.
before that? Because that was just something that you were responsible. You usually were the ones that did the day-to-day stuff, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But now he signed up.
Yes.
Looked at it and seen that he's on there.
I haven't looked at it, but he told me that he was signed up.
He told you that he was signed up. Okay. And you had talked about the fact that you have left the house in significantly disarray on Fridays when you've left. Not dirty, but it's been, I mean, kids have, there's been
kids are
clothes, there's
kids.
been laundry
There's-
to do, there's been dishes, right?
I don't think that I've ever left dishes for him to do.
Y'all have a dishwasher?
We do.
And so you start it and put the dishes up
That's correct.
before you leave on
Well, I mean, not always. If there's not a full load to run, I'm not going to run the dishwasher.
Exactly. So you have, when I say disarray, I'm not talking about dirty, filthy house, even though your friend says your house was at some point in time with mouse droppings in the cabinets. But, I mean, y'all have 3 kids in the household, sometimes 4.
That's correct.
And y'all will eat breakfast in the morning because, again, we know you don't like to eat out, so you fix them a breakfast in the morning. We don't stop and get biscuits or...
We don't. We have breakfast at home.
Right. And so there's dishes.
Usually.
And do you wash them and put them up, or you just put them in the dishwasher?
I'll usually put them in the dishwasher. If there's, just a singular bowl or
Right.
a singular spoon, yeah, I'll go ahead and wash that and put it away. But, I mean,
And do you make sure that all the laundry's done and all that stuff before you leave?
can you define done? Washed, yes. Not always folded and put it away.
Put something in the washer, start it, make sure the dryer's going. I mean, I don't leave my dryer going when I leave, but I do sometimes leave clothes in the dryer.
Yes,
And you do that too.
sometimes.
And so when he comes in on Friday, there may be the kids' clothes are in the dryer, some are in the washer.
Possibly.
There's dishes in the dishwasher.
Possibly.
Okay. And you're saying that your son, when he testified on Saturday, they clean house?
Mm-hmm.
With Daddy? Would your son be not telling the truth?
Not every weekend.
Well, sometimes you're playing ball and you're going outside and you're mowing the yard and you're doing things, but he cleans the house, doesn't he? He runs the vacuum cleaner.
Can you define he who you're speaking of?
Well, I'm talking about when your husband is in the house.
Well, I'm not there, so I don't know who does what. I wouldn't know who is,
You have indicated during your direct examination that you come home and the house is just
yes, ma'am,
filthy. Where are those pictures?
on text message,
On text messages? To who?
Brian,
Saying, and what are they?
that the house, I came home and the boys' room, was destroyed, and there's pictures of clothes strewn all over and things not picked up. Their beds are in disarray.
And you've sent pictures of them and say, please correct this.
Correct.
And his response is what?
In that particular instance, he told me that the boys' room did not look like that when he left. But we had actually been in Nashville that afternoon and didn't get home until late that night. And no one else had been in the home since they left.
Except that was that during school or during the summer?
During school.
Okay, so they would have gotten home, he would have left at 6 or 7 o'clock that morning, 8 o'clock, correct?
Correct.
Then the kids would have been dropped off at home at 3:45 after school.
No, this was on a Monday after his time was up.
Well, he would have gone to work that morning.
Correct, but the house should have been picked up prior to him leaving.
Okay. The boys, your sons and daughters got dropped off by your friend at 3:45, according to her. And then they would have been in the house alone until you got home at 4:15 or 4:30, right? You worked till
Correct.
4:15.
Yes.
What branch are you at?
At the 46 branch.
46. So and your house is where in Burns?
Yes.
So it takes you a minute to get there. So you don't know whether or not the kids went in, took their clothes off, changed them, laid in the bed, did anything, do you?
I don't.
Okay. You know, you talked about and got all teary-eyed and upset over the fact that talking about your husband talking to JB about asking him what schedule he wanted.
Yes.
Then why would you have picked up the phone last night? And I don't know if you did it on your way home or when you got there. Why would you have picked up the phone and called his daughter?
Because I had gotten word that he had had a conversation with her.
She wants to be with her daddy during his week.
Where she said that she did not want to spend time with me. In the conversation that I had with her yesterday, that information is not accurate.
She's a child, albeit she's a teenager, almost an adult. Why would you have picked up the phone and called her when you were so visibly upset over the fact that he was asking your son, hey, what do you want to do? What schedule would you like? Then you turned around and did the exact same thing to a child that's not yours.
Objection, that is not the testimony, Judge. Objection, that's a misstatement. It is absolutely a misstatement.
Sustained, rephrase your question. It's not exactly the same thing.
What conversation did you have with his daughter?
I just asked her if she and her dad had had a conversation regarding our relationship, and she said that they did, and she told me that she just felt like things were really awkward, understandably, and that she just didn't want to be in the middle of it, understandably. But it wasn't that she did not want to see me or spend time with me or her siblings.
She doesn't want to be there. She told you she doesn't want to be there and spend a week with you. She wants to spend her week with her dad. She wants to spend her week with her dad, doesn't she?
That's not what she told me. I can't testify to what they have spoken
You
about.
understand you married this man knowing he was divorced, knowing he had a week-to-week schedule with his daughter.
He did not have a week-to-week schedule with her when we first got married.
He now has a week-to-week schedule. How long's that week-to-week schedule been?
Since she started middle school and it was not legally documented.
Okay, but you've known that she's come week-to-week.
Yes.
And you talk about children and you're concerned for them, and you just want to toss her out of her house for a week. Because your dad's only going to get that's where he visits his daughter, correct?
Correct.
And you want her to be displaced to go to her grandmother's, and you have no concern about that.
On the weekends, no, I don't.
So your paramount concern is not his relationship with all 4 of his children, just his 3 with you.
No.
You're going to displace.
Judge, objection, that's not the testimony. Again, it's another
I
big
think the question is
misstatement.
argumentative.
Do you think that, I'll move on, Judge, I'm sorry. You think Abigail should come stay with you for a week?
I'm not necessarily saying that she would have to spend the entire week with me, but for me to be, or for us to never be able to see her, I think is not rational.
Well, because it's important for her to have a relationship with her siblings.
I think it's important for her to have a relationship with all of us.
Okay. But her siblings are her blood relative,
Correct.
and you want to limit that to every other weekend, unless she wants to come spend time with you. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right?
I said yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Now, there was a period of time that you were home, and you said the basement was full of stuff that he had from his prior marriage?
Correct.
And did you ever go through it and get rid of it?
No, ma'am. He, when it comes to his things, he has a really hard time letting go of things.
Okay. But then you said y'all don't have, where y'all live in Burns does not have a trash service.
No,
You have to put it in your car, you have to bag it up, put it in your car, and carry it to one of the convenience centers.
that's correct.
Y'all don't have a truck.
We
correct?
don't now, no.
Right. And so he wanted to get a trash service so that you wouldn't have to accumulate all of the garbage and then carry it off.
There were ways for him to take the trash off. He
There's
just
ways for
chose
you to
not
take it off too,
Judge,
wasn't
if
there?
she can let her finish answering, she interrupted her in the middle of it.
Go ahead.
I think that was an objection to cutting her off. Sustain the objection, please let her finish.
He had the means to take the trash off. I have never pulled a trailer behind a vehicle and have been told that if you've never done that, it's not safe to do so. So I did not do that.
You got a Chevy Traverse that's got a trailer hitch.
We just bought the Traverse in 2024.
In 2024. Did you request that vehicle? Or did y'all just go shopping? How did you get to that?
Our van was going to need a new transmission, so we agreed we needed to purchase something else.
But you could have called the trash off.
Sure, I could have.
Both of y'all could have done it.
Sure.
But instead of doing that, y'all incurred an additional expense to have somebody come and pick it up at your house.
At his request, yes.
Well, you could have just said, no, I'll carry it off.
Sure.
Objection, argumentative.
Overrule.
The Ring doorbell camera, not doorbell, I'm sorry, the Ring floodlight
Uh-huh.
is placed over the garage.
It's placed over the basement entry door.
Okay. And it was did you know prior to that there were people, y'all got some
There have
recovery
been,
homes there?
Freeman has a facility on 96, and there have been a couple, and I do mean a couple of instances where there have been people walking up and down the road. And occasionally they would stop at the end of our driveway to look over into the pond that is directly beside our driveway.
If I know where y'all's house is over there, Mac Adams owns that property over there, doesn't he?
Up above ours,
And
yes.
where the pond is.
Correct.
Okay. And so, again, your husband's not there with you.
Mhm.
So you've got, and again, no disrespect, a woman and sometimes 3 minor children and then a 17-year-old sometimes there.
Correct.
And the camera is outside,
Yes.
facing the driveway.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. And you think that that's somehow a breach of your privacy?
Yes, ma'am.
Then why don't you move?
Then why don't I move?
Yeah, if you're
Because that's
unsafe
still
in that
currently, I'm not unsafe in that.
driveway.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. And you think that that's somehow a breach of your privacy?
Yes, ma'am.
Then why don't you move?
Then why don't I move?
Yeah, if you're
Because that's
unsafe
still
in that home.
currently, I'm not unsafe in the home. I never said that I was unsafe in the home.
A camera is looking out at the driveway of people coming up that would come up and approach the home.
Mm-hmm.
And how is that a breach of your privacy? Are you having somebody come up that you don't want him to see?
Absolutely not.
Okay. That's not been indicated over there. But he sees his daughter leaving. He's left. He's not there with his 17-year-old daughter who drives.
Mm-hmm.
He can see when she leaves the house going to school, when she comes home, because she is his responsibility, correct?
Legally, yes.
Okay. His other children, y'all's children, are living there.
Mm-hmm.
And other people are coming to the home to drop them off and pick them up, correct?
That's correct.
You are now working until 4:30 on some days, 4:15, and sometimes 5:15, correct?
Correct.
Your children get out of school at 3 and are carried home and left home alone for sometimes 15 to 30 minutes
That's
before you
correct.
can get there. Why didn't you put a camera up?
I didn't feel the need to put a camera up.
When you saw it, did you ask for the access?
I did,
And it was given?
begrudgingly, but yes.
How do you say begrudgingly?
He did not want to give me full login access until I was adamant that I deserved that.
Okay. When did you tell him you were filing for divorce?
I did not tell him that I was filing for divorce.
You just, instead of saying, I'm done, having a conversation, you just waited and have the sheriff's department serve him with paper?
I did.
Now, you said he uses religion as a weapon because he stated that wives should submit to their husbands?
He accused me of not being a godly, submissive wife.
Okay. Well, you actually had quoted Ephesians 5:25, verses 25 and 27 to him, hadn't you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't say husbands should, on verses 25 and 27, that husbands should honor their wives as if Christ honors the church?
It was part of the conversation after he made that accusation,
Okay,
yes.
and then
That the whole verse,
Okay.
that the whole verse should be taken into context.
And that's what the conversation was, is that the whole verse in the book of Ephesians, chapter 5, the first part of it is wives should be submissive, and again, I'm paraphrasing, nowhere near a Bible scholar. But again, wives should be submissive to their husbands, but on the counterpart, that's when the husbands treat their wives as Christ treats the church. It's an equal responsibility, isn't it?
It's actually the other way around, but
Well, again, I said I'm not a Bible scholar.
yeah, that's fine.
So again, the first part is that
Husbands should submit to their wives, and then wives should submit to their husbands as Christ does
and
the
that was
church.
him he was responding and said, you've got to read both sides of that. You've got to read the verse in its entirety.
I believe that I actually said that.
Okay. So this was a conversation that y'all were having,
That is correct.
and both of y'all's disputed on who's being submissive to who.
Sure.
All right. Now, you talked about your daughter getting upset. I think it was at your aunt's funeral,
It was my grandmother's sister.
your grandmother's sister, which would be your great aunt.
That's correct.
Okay. And your daughter was upset at a funeral.
Yes.
He consoled her,
Yes.
and and y'all were walking out
Yes.
of the pews. Where was the funeral?
Span funeral home.
And so they got the benches, the pews coming down.
That's correct.
And so everybody was walking out. The casket had already gone,
Yes.
and everybody was filing out. And you were coming across the traffic to get to your daughter?
No, ma'am. I had walked down the aisle right beside the pew to where they were, where he was standing at the end, and my daughter was directly behind him.
He was trying to get out of the pew.
Correct. Or had turned to walk away.
Turned to walk away and was coming out.
Yes.
And you told him to move.
I said, please move.
Please move. And he was trying to get out.
He said, no, you go ahead.
You go ahead, everybody come out. Y'all were leaving the sanctuary.
We were leaving.
Okay. And you wanted it your way.
I wanted to get to my daughter, who was very upset.
Okay. And she was trying to come out of the pew behind him.
Correct, but he would not come out of the pew,
Because you were standing there.
not in his way. No, ma'am. I was standing beside a pew, but not in front of him.
Is your son truthful?
Yes, for the most part. He's 12, so
Yeah. Seemed like a very articulate, well-versed young man.
he is.
Very respectful. Says yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir.
He ought to.
And again, that's why y'all raised him.
Correct.
That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
He's been fired from 2 jobs for for being lazy and not doing his job. Is that fair?
Objection unless you found, number 1, leading, number 2, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Why did he tell you he was fired?
I'm sorry. He was never really clear about the first time. It was I don't really understand why this is happening. Actually, both times.
Okay. And did you gather from him that maybe some of the same issues going on in your home?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know,
Sustained. The question about do you gather from something is a supposition on her part, so I sustain the objection.
do you know who paid for his attorney?
I do not.
Okay. Now, there were several things that you did not include on your income and expense statement that you're paying for now. Do you pay for anything for your stepdaughter?
Yes, I have been taking care of half of any of her school fees that have come to be, her graduation fee, a recent statistics exam fee.
And since June the 15th, that child has lived with you on his parenting time, is that correct?
That's correct.
Has there been any issue with that?
No,
Has he requested that the child come stay with him or that he get to stay with the child?
he has not.
Have you raised that child since she was about 5 years old?
Roughly. She came home in 2010 from China. She was almost 2 years old. We just celebrated her 15th year here. So for 13 of the 15 years, I have been an active parent.
Have you noticed a change in specifically your 12-year-old's manners and behaviors after he's been with his dad?
Yes.
Did you see that one evening after the child had gotten to go fishing?
Yes,
Okay. Did you observe a phone call when that happened?
I did.
Okay, tell the court about that.
My son had gotten to go fishing with my best friend's husband across from their property. And he had caught a fish, and he was very excited about catching this fish. And he gets home, and he's telling his dad about it. And he basically just said, yeah, it's a fish. Anybody can fish. My son was super excited, and it just seemed to crush his spirit.
And after that, did you say some encouraging words to your child?
I did. I said, that's really cool. I'm glad that you got to go and do that. You caught your very first fish. That's awesome.
And had his attitude changed about his fishing experience?
After I encouraged, yes.
Now, this Ring floodlight camera, that, you've been in the house since, this arrangement has been going on since June the 15th.
Correct.
And he waited to place that camera until August the 20th.
Right around that time, yes.
Throughout the marriage, have you discussed with him wanting to go to school and to therapy?
Yes.
And when divorce was finally mentioned, did he put that back on the table?
He did.
I say divorce, separation was mentioned.
Yes.
Have there been occasions where he's overdrafted your bank account and said to you something to the effect of, I've got to have money in my pocket?
Yes.
And how much money does he insist on carrying in his pocket all the time?
His go-to number has typically been 500.
Okay. And has that made it difficult to make sure bills are being paid?
At times.
When you married him, did you know that he had $17,000 in credit card debt?
I did not.
Okay. When did you find that out?
When they garnished his wages,
Okay, and they emptied out your bank account?
they did.
And is that one reason he encouraged you to get a separate? I'll stop.
Sustained.
Why did you get your TriStar account?
To try to help alleviate financial burden.
Okay, and who requested you to do that?
To correct you, it wasn't the TriStar account, it was our first bank account. And he encouraged me to do that so that they potentially could not garnish his wages.
Has that been paid back?
He's still paying.
Okay, and what else is he still paying on?
So he took a personal loan from the bank to pay off the credit card debt. He is paying directly to First Bank, in addition to a camper that he owned prior to our marriage that was not paid for.
And is that still not paid for 13 years later?
I don't think so.
Now, Ms. Roberts said something to the effect of he's making $35 an hour and that equates to about $72,000 a year. Does he get bonuses?
He does.
Do you know how much those bonuses are?
It increases yearly depending upon his performance.
And has he gotten a bonus with this company?
He has.
Does he do overtime?
He does.
Not included on your income and expense statement were the ball fees, is that right?
That's correct. They're new.
And they were after you filled out your income and expense.
That's correct.
Was it your testimony that all the other ball parents came on home that night? They didn't spend the night in?
To my
Jackson.
knowledge, several of them came back home.
Eating dinner for 3 people, is $62 unreasonable in your mind?
No.
And was that payback for Heather's assistance with you with the kids getting to and from school?
Essentially. She's also opened her home to me for months now.
So when you, in the grand scheme of things, when you look at that, it's not that you selfishly took $62 from your family.
Correct.
Judge, if I may have one moment. Do your kids have those tracker tiles in their backpacks?
They do.
And they have location services on them at all times, is that correct?
While they're at school, yes.
And has that always been your fallback for security purposes?
Not always.
I think that's all for right now.
Any other cross? Thank you, ma'am. You will step down. We're going to take our afternoon recess. Council might want to consult your calendars to see where you want to try to set the conclusion of this case.
All rise.
Would you state your name for me, please, sir?
Brian Webster Dodd?
Mr. Dodd, you are 56 years of age, is that correct?
Yes.
Your wife is 33, so there's a significant difference in y'all's ages, is that right?
Yes.
You have known Miss Dodd for the better part of your life, is that correct? You're from your teenage years, correct?
We met when, I don't know, she was probably 3 or 4.
So the better part of her life?
Her life, yes.
Her life. And so y'all known each other for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did she actually move in with you and your wife?
After her 18th birthday.
After her 18th birthday. And how many years did she live with y'all?
Till she started college, probably 1 maybe.
Okay. And then you and your wife adopted a child,
We did.
and that is Miss Abby, is that right? I think, is her name Abigail?
Yes, ma'am.
And she goes by Abby.
She does.
And where is Abby in school?
Fairview High School,
And is she a senior this year?
senior.
And she's 17?
She is.
And what type of residential schedule do you have with Miss Abby?
We're on a week-to-week schedule now.
Is it from Sunday to Sunday, Friday to
It
Friday?
is, Sunday to Sunday.
Sunday to Sunday. So she comes to your house on Sunday and leaves on Sunday.
Correct.
And you had, during the course of y'all's time together, you and purchased a vehicle for her.
Yes,
And that's what she uses to drive around.
Yes.
Is that correct?
it is.
Do you have a support obligation for her other than providing that, other than just your out-of-pocket paying when she's there and providing her?
We do not.
Okay. You don't receive child support and you don't pay child support?
Correct.
But she is an in-home child living with you 50%
She is.
of the time?
Yes.
Does she have a room at your house,
Yes.
alone or with her
It's
house?
with my other daughter.
So the 2 girls share a room, 2 boys share a room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you and she, as I asked Miss Dodd, you and Miss Dodd started having a romantic or sexual relationship before your divorce from your first wife, is that
Yes.
correct? And you divorced, and then y'all pursued a relationship and ultimately married when she turned, I think, when she was 20, is that correct?
Correct.
And have y'all lived together since that period of time?
Yes.
Have there been any separations during the course of your marriage?
No.
When y'all married, did you already have a career? Were you working somewhere?
I was self-employed at that point.
Doing what?
Burglar alarm, fire alarm, CCTV.
Okay.
I was in the security business.
Okay, and was it an installation? Did you install them in homes and businesses, or did you service them? Was it a retail business?
Mostly retail, service and install.
And did you have a storefront?
No.
So retail out of your home?
Well, I didn't, I'm sorry, no. I serviced retail outlets. I was not a retail store.
You were not in the retail business,
No, ma'am.
selling alarms and things like that?
No.
You serviced retail establishments?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you're doing now? You're servicing fire alarms now?
Yes.
Just so, not burglar, but just fire alarms, is that correct?
Some burg here and
Okay.
there. I mean, a little bit of everything.
And so you were first self-employed
Correct.
when y'all married?
Mm-hmm.
And how long did you remain self-employed, sir?
Probably a couple of years too long. Till 2016, I think.
2016?
4 or 5 years after we married.
And how long were you married to your first wife?
20 years.
How long?
20 years.
20 years. And in that divorce, did you end up with some significant credit issues? Did you have some debt that you brought from one marriage into another marriage?
I didn't think so at the time, but yes.
What do you mean, I didn't think so?
Okay. I had a credit card debt. The credit card company called me one afternoon while I was at work, said, hey, we need to figure something out. I tried to work out a payment plan. They were going to send me a booklet, he said, of payment cards or like coupons or whatever so I could mail a payment in. And I never saw that. So after probably 60 days, kind of forgot about it, to be honest with you, and then called them back and they said, you know, that debt, we don't own that debt anymore. It's not ours. We're not going to do anything with it. So apparently they had sold it at that point, and but he said they,
I've let it go on for just a second, but this is all hearsay. We were getting through it, but I'd ask that objection, hearsay.
But,
Well, the objection is as to what the credit card company told him.
well, Your Honor, again, it's not necessarily offer for the truth of the matter asserted. She talked about the fact that they came into this marriage, they started the marriage in a
Folks, let me
financial.
tell you, we've been on this case since yesterday, and we've been most of the day today, and I would focus, if I were you, on what the issues were that I need to hear. Whether or not he spent the night in a hotel with the other children in Jackson, is not necessarily going to help me decide this case. Right now, the most important thing to me is the parenting schedule I'm going to adopt. So I would focus on that for the remaining time that we have, and let me try to resolve this case for you today, if at all possible.
Yes, sir. And this was just, again, I was just getting it to the point of whether or not, asking the question, are you still paying on that debt in this marriage?
Well, I'm not sure that I understand the financial situation they're in anyway, because if they make a significant income, they're living in a house without without a mortgage payment to them at least, and she's working, he's working, and I don't know, it just seems like to me that there's some issue somewhere that I'm not identifying, but that is one issue, the issue having to do with temporary
Spousal support.
My main concern is what am I going to do about these kids? So.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm sorry for interrupting you, go ahead.
So again, let me just get to you've heard her testify. Do you still have premarital debt that you are paying on now?
apparently yes, until I think June of next year.
Well, why do you say apparently? You either do or you don't, sir. Are you making a payment that is a
Yes.
premarital
Yes.
debt?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
And y'all been doing that?
yes.
Okay, so in the course of your work, you make how much money? I think I said $35 an hour. In fact, your paycheck stub, you make $39.13 an hour. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
$39.13.
13 cents. Okay.
Thank you.
And I passed to you a paycheck stub. And this is a paycheck stub that appears to be check ending, it was paid to you on 9/12 of '25. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a pay period from 8/24 to 9/6. So do you get paid every 2 weeks or twice a month?
Every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks. And is this actually a paycheck stub from your current employer state system?
It is,
And it says biweekly, is that right?
correct.
And again, doing some numbers and looking at that, you make, year-to-date income is $65,178.48. Is that correct? Last line up in the top box,
Yes.
Fed taxable. Is that
Yes.
correct?
65,179.48.
Your Honor, we'll move that in as the next,
Right.
pass that to.
No
Number 3.
objection. And Jennifer, I don't mind to just stipulate to these two things. They look
Okay. And Mr. Dodd, you have also, I've handed you an income and expense statement. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you kept the income and expense stuff?
got it,
Okay.
yes.
You'll pass that one to Cory.
You gave us an extra one. You need one back?
No, you can, I couldn't, I was trying to get, my fingers weren't working. And you have assisted us and provided a handwritten that we've copied over into this as an income and expense statement that you have, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you'll look over that and ask, does that adequately reflect, for the most part, all of the the debts that y'all have throughout the course of your marriage?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, so I want to go over that with you. Again, $7,250 we've taken on that. A little bit different than again, another paycheck stub, but from your latest paycheck stub, you're making about $7,200 a month. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that's a little bit over what you would be doing if you were just making your regular hourly wage. Is that right? If you make $39 an hour times 40 hours. If you just made your hourly wage, you're making about $6,700 a month, but you're actually working a little bit of overtime. You're working some overtime. Is that correct?
it is, and I end up with a little bit of bonus here and there.
And so, and then again, in addition, sometimes you have to work over. Do you have other compensation that's provided to you? Do you make a bonus on occasion?
On occasion.
Is it a guaranteed bonus?
No, it is not.
But again, we've tried to include what your actual earnings are on this, not just your hourly wage, right?
Correct.
And again, taking the standard deductions, and I want to go over that just a little bit, because I was asking your wife about health insurance and saying was she correct in anything she testified to about the insurance?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me about you provide insurance for your family, is that correct?
I have
Do
dental,
you provide insurance
Yes.
for your family? Is it through your employer, or do you have private pay?
both.
Tell me, if you would, explain what your insurance is.
Okay. I have, our vision and dental insurance is paid for through my job.
And that's reflected on on Exhibit 3 that we've introduced.
Yes, ma'am. The, health insurance is through the health insurance marketplace,
Previously, were y'all eligible for TennCare?
not for a few years.
But back when
Yes.
you were self-employed, going through some change of
Yes.
employment,
Yes.
you were eligible for TennCare then.
Yes, the children were.
At some point in time, when you became employed, there's a secondary way for families to get insurance for children. It's called Cover Kids.
Correct.
And did y'all get Cover Kids at some point in time?
We did.
And who went through the process to get that?
I did.
Okay. And were your kids previously covered by Cover Kids?
Yes.
Did you, when your wife went to work a couple of years ago when she went to work at the daycare, or when she just went to work at Bank of Dixon?
I'm assuming it was the Bank of Dixon.
Did you recently receive a notification that because of
Yes.
the income, that they were no longer eligible
Yes.
for Cover Kids?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I filed with the health insurance marketplace and got coverage for the entire family.
Okay. And that is an income-based,
It is.
and you have several you can pick from.
Correct.
And what type of coverage did you pick? Is it a HMO, a PPO? Is there a deductible? What type of coverage did you pick?
It's a PPO.
A preferred provider option. Is that correct?
I think so.
So there's certain doctors you can go to.
Correct.
It's not just a generic 80/20, go wherever you want to.
No, ma'am.
It's a provider, so you got to pick a doctor within the network.
Correct.
When you picked that, did you look to see, do you know who your children's pediatrician is?
Yes.
Who is it?
Savita Fanta.
Okay, and did you look to make sure that the children's provider was covered under the option that you selected?
I did.
Okay. And so, as a result of that, you have coverage on the marketplace, correct?
Yes.
But there's no cost to that coverage.
Correct.
It's zero cost.
Correct.
Of course, I've never understood that language, zero cost. It either costs something or it doesn't. But you have what's called zero cost.
Correct.
And is there a deductible?
Yes.
How much is your deductible?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, have you provided that insurance information to your wife?
Yes,
So she should have a card.
they're on the counter at the house.
When
Yes.
did you get the new cards?
2 or 3 months ago.
Okay. So if she only started to work in August,
Maybe, well, that may have been it may have been July. I don't remember, to be honest with you.
okay. But you made sure that you swapped from one coverage to another,
Yes,
and they have been covered.
correct.
Before, did you and your wife have coverage?
Yes,
Under the Cover Kids too?
no,
How did you have coverage?
marketplace.
So you and your wife has always had a separate marketplace?
Always no, but
Well, within this past year or so?
it depends on the income and how we've had to work it over the years.
Okay. But
But
you
I've always worked it to where we had coverage.
had coverage. Are you obligated to keep your 17-year-old insured?
No, ma'am.
Her mother has her insurance?
Correct.
Okay. So again, looking at your paycheck and the deductions there, some of that is for vision and dental deductions.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a retirement plan?
No.
Okay. And so you just have taxes, FICA, and then the other things that are taken out. It's reflected on your paycheck
Yes.
on an average. Your wife has paying $90, and you heard her testify on her income and expense statement, that was as a result of y'all paying the taxes on your mother's home. Do y'all pay the taxes and the insurance on your mother's home?
We have the last few years, but prior to that, not, we didn't all the time.
Do you just pay it, do y'all save it up and pay it when it's due, or?
Usually when I get get our income taxes back at the end of the year, in April, we pay it then.
And do you pay back your mother, or do you go to the county?
We go to the county and pay it.
And do y'all have renter's insurance?
We do.
And again, how is that paid?
Well, it was out of our joint checking account, but I paid it before it was due this time.
Money struggles, missed moments, and rising tension. She admits they were barely getting by for years, even borrowing money, until his income improved. But then things turn emotional. He misses key school events, claiming he didn't know, while she insists the information was always there. As questions dig deeper, cracks start showing. Parenting, responsibility, and communication all collide in court. And just when it seems clear, the truth gets even more complicated.
May have been the day it was due.
And is that through Farm
I
Bureau?
don't remember. Through Farm Bureau, but I paid it on their website.
But
and
y'all
I-
have renter's insurance, but does your mother have a fire policy or homeowners on that?
No.
So the house is uninsured,
At this point, yes.
okay, and there's not a mortgage owed on it.
Correct.
And all of the money was your mother's money that paid for that house? Y'all didn't put any of your prior private money or what y'all earned in that house?
It was my parents, but yes.
Because your father passed away?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the gas, water, and electric, asking her, you've got those as an average, is that correct?
It is.
And then you've got cable and internet 75, and you have mobile 0, but you saw on hers where you're paying $400 and some odd dollars. That's a week.
Yeah, I thought I put that on there because it was like, I think it was $390 or something like that, the last payment to Verizon.
But that would be this combo of mobile phone and internet, and looking at this when we've gone over it, that is closer to the almost $400, isn't that correct? Because it's got, as I asked her, you've got 4 phones,
Yes,
2 iPads, and
Yes.
the internet for your house.
yes.
So-
The cable internet was, or is, I guess, kind of a guesstimation for Netflix, all the different, I don't
Those
know.
are subscriptions.
They are, and I don't know which ones we pay for. It was a guesstimation.
But again, just putting, the mobile and the internet are together through Verizon.
Correct.
And what she testified to was correct.
Yes.
Okay, and then you got your vehicle operation. Is this just for your gas and oil and maintenance? Is that just for your vehicle, or is that for all of them?
It's a guess for all of them.
All of them. Do you have to drive, do you have a company vehicle when you
I
go?
do.
So you just drive, do you have to bring the company vehicle home?
I do.
So you're not really you're not incurring an out-of-pocket expense to go to and from work
No, not to go to and from work, just weekends when I'm riding around town with the kids.
with your private vehicle?
Which quite honestly isn't that much,
Okay.
so,
And then the 360 is your vehicle, your daughter's vehicle, and your wife's vehicle.
yes.
And again, average on the license, again, the health insurance and the life insurance, you've explained that. What is your personal loan of $660?
That is the credit cards,
That we were discussing earlier, or new credit cards?
no, the ones we were discussing earlier.
That's your premarital?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have a MasterCard?
No, that's where I said sorta a minute ago. Part of that was credit, the last part of that loan, it was, I think I owed 6,000 from debt that was accrued from overdraft and a mess that we let ourselves get into. The next 6,000, it was a $12,000 loan. The next 6,000 of that was, or 75 maybe, I'm not sure exactly, but was the credit card where they garnished my check and seized my assets and all that. And that is what we rolled into and made a $660 payment.
So that's post-marital and premarital?
Both, yes,
Okay. You've got a MasterCard,
I do.
and you just pay the minimum monthly on it? You carry a balance on that?
There's a balance on it right now, but I typically pay more than the minimum payment,
And what is the balance on that MasterCard?
$750 something,
$750?
give or take.
The vehicles, y'all have a 2024 and a 2021 Toyota.
Correct.
The 24 is the vehicle she drives,
Yes,
your wife drives, and the Toyota is what your daughter drives.
yes.
What kind of vehicle do you have?
I have a 2017 Dodge Journey.
And that's what you drive around town?
Yes,
And then your monthly expenses, you've got food at $250 for both parent and child, so about $500 a month. During the course of y'all's separation, has the food bill just still come out of the joint account?
up until recently, yes.
Okay, up and until when?
Oh, well, no, it's the joint account, and I have sent her money to buy groceries after that.
So when y'all been playing this musical chairs on houses, y'all buy groceries?
Yes,
And they're in the house?
yes,
She eats them, she and the kids eat them during the week?
yes.
And you eat the same groceries at the end of the week? Or do
Yes.
you go get more groceries?
I have gone and brought groceries home also.
And then laundry and cleaning, you separated out, kind of getting soap powders and dishwashing liquid and laundry detergent. And you have to have some dry cleaning too?
No,
So that's just soap and stuff for your laundry, doing laundry, correct?
cleaning supplies, general stuff, cleaning around the house.
Okay. Then recreation at $200 for parents, what is that?
Guess,
Beg pardon?
a guess at.
Well, I mean, what do
we
y'all
would-
do, what are you doing spending $200 a month? Sounds like y'all can't manage your money.
Well, we're
Don't
not.
mean to be blunt.
No, you're fine. We're not doing, we don't do a whole lot of really anything, but if the kids want to go to a movie, if they want to go, for a special event or a special occasion or something, we'll go to the trampoline park. We just took Graham to the trampoline park for his birthday.
Okay. And so that's where that's kind of coming in for
Yes.
family events. This isn't you just running and going, playing golf or
No,
doing anything. This is more family-oriented events, just, and then the children, food, clothing, recreation at $200, and then dance and baseball. That's for Ella and for JB, is that right?
yes. Again, it was a guesstimation on cost,
So
so,
again, when you add these debts and expenses, we've added it up. It actually shows that y'all got about $1,800 left. You should have about $1,800 left at the end of the month. Is that really, truly what y'all got? Do you have a surplus of money left?
I've never seen $1,800 left at the end of a month.
Okay. Do you have to walk, she testified that you have to walk around with $500 in your pocket?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have $500 that you have the availability to walk around that with your pocket, in your pocket? I mean, do you have that much money left?
You need to be careful how you answer that question, because Ms. Roberts has a tendency sometimes, especially in child support cases, to instruct a person to stand up and empty their pockets, including their wallet, so they can determine how much money they have.
And based on that, Mr. Dodd, I did look in your wallet just a minute ago, didn't I?
You did.
Looked at how much money you had in it.
You did.
So Judge Wolf knows me. When we took a recess, I did exactly that, correct?
Yes,
And you don't have $500 in there, did you?
I do not.
Think you had 7?
Either 7 or 12, I'm not.
700?
No,
No
7.
dollars.
I can't remember if there were 2 5s and 2 1s. I thought there was a 5 and 2 1s.
It may be.
Pull it out and let's look.
I don't care.
Okay,
Let's
never
move
mind.
on.
Yeah, and
move on.
I'll stipulate he's got $12 today in his pocket.
Sounds good to me.
When was the last time you had $500 in your pocket?
Of my money, of a long time.
Okay. Well, whose else money would you have in your pocket?
Borrowed money that I borrowed that I was repaying someone else.
From who?
My mother,
That's your mother seated here. What's her name?
Mary, died.
And Mary owns that property, that house,
She
correct?
does.
And out of her grace and goodness, y'all live there for free.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Your Honor, we would move this in as the next exhibit.
Right.
That would be Exhibit 4.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to mark that one.
Now, Mr. Dodd, y'all have 3 children. Tell me what their names and ages are.
JB is Jedediah Bryan, and he's 12. Ella Marie is 10, and Barrett Graham is 6.
And during the course of your marriage, you have previously testified, and you heard her, nobody disputed that it was y'all's intention for her to be a stay-at-home mom during the early years of your children. Is that
Yes.
correct? Was that sometimes hard financially?
Yes,
But what was your responsibility in this family?
to bring home the money,
Okay? And what was her responsibility?
to keep the home.
Okay. And did some of that lap over when you brought the money home? Who typically sat down and paid the bills?
She did.
Okay? And then would you just have nothing to do, according to what her testimony was, is you didn't have nothing to do with your kids.
No,
Is that true?
not at all.
Tell me about your interaction with your children on a daily basis. A day in the life of the Dodge, you get up and you go to work. What time you leave?
Usually before the children were awake.
Okay?
In the last few years anyway, probably the last, since 2019, I'm typically gone before they get out of bed or right as
Well,
they're
what
getting
time do
out
they
of
get out
bed.
of bed?
6:30, somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay.
So I'm typically leaving for work at that point. Afternoons and evenings, I mean, we play games, we do whatever. I mean,
Help their homework?
I've got really smart kids that don't have a lot of homework, to be honest with you. Abigail, my 17-year-old, surpassed my homework skills in 7th grade. So she's a little above my pay grade on that one. But if they had it and they need it, I mean, we've done projects together. I've helped JB with some science projects and stuff like that he's built.
What time of the day?
4-H projects.
What time of the evening would you usually get home?
It depends on the day. I do service, so I don't have you start at 7, you get off at 4. I don't have a set schedule. I don't go in and punch a time clock anywhere. I get in my van and I drive where they tell me to drive until it's time to go home. And some days that's 5 o'clock. On the rare occasion, it's 6:30 or 7 o'clock, but
Those are rare.
they are. And some of those days, I mean, it's 3:30, 4 o'clock when I'm getting home, so it's not, it depends on the day and what we've got going on as far as work.
Okay. And so your kids again, in the most recent, your kids are all in school now.
Yes,
And your youngest has been going to preschool since he was 2.
yes,
So you would get up, go to work, she would tend to the kids and do the day-to-day stuff with the kids.
correct.
Typically, if the kids got sick, if they had to go to the doctor, it was during the day. And would she go and carry you?
Yes,
Would you be informed?
yes,
Y'all communicated and knew what was going on with your kids?
yes,
And did you think that was working?
yes,
Okay. When you came home, would you help with dinner if it wasn't already done?
sometimes, yes.
Okay. She said she had made the comment, her friend and her had made the comment that you had to be served dinner. You ever demanded that you be served dinner?
No, I have not.
Has she done it?
Yes,
She brought you a plate.
she has.
You've been appreciative?
Multiple times,
You appreciative of that?
absolutely.
Was that an expectation?
No, it was
Was
not.
it a demand?
No, ma'am,
Did you think she did it because she loved you?
I did.
At any point in time, did she ever voice and saying, I ain't waiting on you, get up and feed yourself?
Maybe once or twice, yeah, a time or two, I mean, you know,
And what did you do?
got up and fed myself.
Okay.
And it may have been joking or in that manner, I'm not, but yeah,
It wasn't ever a source of controversy, was it?
no, ma'am.
Did you know it was a problem until today when,
No,
do you help with laundry and cleaning the house?
yes,
She would, based on her testimony, your kids are nasty and stink after you leave. That true?
Judge, objection, that was not the
Paraphrase.
testimony, and that is a misrepresentation.
Sustain the objection.
Your wife said that that you have significant hygiene problems and let your daughter's hair get greasy.
every weekend before church, either on Saturday night or Sunday morning, all 3 or 4, if Abigail is home, children get showers. All of them. Now, Abigail is 17. I'm not going to wash her hair for her. She don't want me in the bathroom when she's taking a shower. Ella, JB is 12. He's a big boy, can do it himself. Ella is the same way at 10. She washes her own hair. Sometimes maybe she don't do a good job, but she brushes it out. I mean, I'm not very good at doing little girls' hair. I proved that with Abby a long time ago. But Graham showers regularly when I am at home with him. I put him in the shower and make sure he's clean.
Now, Abigail, not Abigail, but Ella is a 10-year-old little girl.
She is.
Okay, coming into her own as far as privacy is concerned. Do you even feel comfortable going in the bathroom while she's nude and showering?
I do not.
Does her mother? I mean, when you, I know you just left and y'all started doing this 50-50 and not living in the household together just at the middle of this summer, right?
Yes.
Before that, is there something that Ella just doesn't tend to her hygiene? You ever known that be an issue?
When she was younger, she didn't wash her hair very well, but, she was young.
Well, this last school year, when she was in 4th grade and 3rd grade, again, she's a 3rd grader. Did her mother get in the shower with her and wash her hair, or was that her responsibility?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I assumed she did it herself at that point.
Okay. But you don't know?
I do not.
But have they ever, again, you've heard her testimony, and I can go and get my notes, that there's been multiple times that the kids have not been bathed. She can tell they're dirty. Obviously that the kids haven't showered.
That is incorrect. Never has there been a weekend that I have been at the house since June the 14th that my children have not had showers.
Now,
Not the first time.
Ms. Duke asked JB when we were back there about showering. He said he got up late one Monday and didn't shower and went to school.
He typically showers daily now because he wants to and he feels better when he does.
12-year-old boy starts,
Needs to, yeah.
they start to smell sometimes
do.
that age, don't they? Okay. Now, does he use deodorant yet?
Yes,
Okay. And is that part of what y'all make sure that you purchase and make sure all the
Yes.
girls have all the things that they need?
yes,
You go to the grocery store?
I do.
Have you gone during the course of your marriage?
I have.
Perfectly capable of cooking a meal?
I am.
Do you eat out all the time?
No.
Tell me a day since the separation on Father's Day, when she told you on Father's Day, and you come in on weekends.
Yes.
What's y'all's day in the life of, if you would?
Okay. It depends on what time I get home and how much time I have to cook a meal. Okay? I don't want to feed the children supper at 7:30 or 8 o'clock. So if I get home and it's 5:30 already, I order pizza. Okay? Typically, Saturday morning, we'll get up, either I make something or we just kind of wing it. We get a bowl of cereal, get a fruit snack, get a piece of fruit, something like that. Kids don't typically eat a real big breakfast anyway.
On Saturday mornings, are you one of these parents that, okay, get up, or do they stagger their get up depending on what they got to do on Saturday?
Well, Graham is normally up around 7 anyway, and he has found his iPad and crawled in the bed with me. The other three, it's wake up time, whatever. I mean, I typically let them sleep a little late on Saturdays.
Okay. And then and so everybody, either you might fix a breakfast or you,
Wing it is what we call
everybody
it.
gets something when they get up and get moving.
Yes.
Okay, and then what?
Typically, I mean, if we don't have something planned for the day, if we don't have somewhere to go or somewhere to be, we clean the house.
And what does that entail?
The children clean their rooms, and I clean our bathroom. We've got this odd little room between our bathroom and bedroom and our bedroom, and then we will normally sweep the entire house and then mop the entire house.
And this kind of a family event?
It is. It's
Okay.
all
Engage
hands
the
on
kids.
deck, yes.
And then y'all fix supper on Saturday nights? Y'all go out, or lunch? What do you do for lunch?
Typically, we'll have a sandwich or the kids will say, can we stop and make lunch? They'll eat pizza rolls or something. I mean,
Stuff that's in the refrigerator in the
yes,
house.
yes.
And then Saturday night, what y'all do?
It depends again on the day and what we've got scheduled. Sometimes I'll make spaghetti or we'll cook something. I mean, some kind of a meal for supper. We've
Grill
had-
burgers or?
Well, no, not typically grilling burgers, but yeah. What we do, we'll either do that or, I mean, it depends on the weekend and again, what we do, we may go out and eat.
Go out and eat?
We might,
Okay.
It's-
You
it's
spending
a
quality
possibility.
time with your children?
absolutely.
Okay. You going out to J. Alexander's in Nashville, or going to Mario's or anything like that? Or you just
No.
running by Mexican or Burger King?
They typically will either pick Zaxby's or Arby's or some fast food place or something like that.
Y'all go get it and
Sometimes, yeah.
spend Saturdays together as a family?
Yes.
And then what happens on Sundays?
We get up Sunday morning and they either get up with me because I have sound. I'm on the sound team at church, so I'm in the sound booth doing that. They'll either get up with me and go to church, which I have to be there early, so it's kind of a grab and go breakfast again, grab a,
Granola
food bar, yeah, granola bar, Pop-Tart, something like that, piece of fruit, whatever. And then we run off to church. If Abby is home and she wants to, after, I will either lay Graham's clothes out for him or put them on him before I go to make sure that he's dressed. And then she'll bring them to church at 9 o'clock because I have to be there at 8. So one way or the other, he gets dressed, and sometimes she picks it out. So, she wants to make sure he coordinates. I'm not best at that either, so.
And so she kind of dresses him up sometimes.
Sometimes,
Okay. And she'll drive him to church.
she does,
And then they go to Sunday school?
yes.
And then y'all go to service, y'all go to the late service or the
10:30 service.
10:30 service?
They'll come in there, and if I'm in the booth, they'll typically come up there and sit where I am, and if not, then we all sit down on the floor.
And then, but y'all leave and go do something on Sunday after church?
We'll either, sometimes we'll go eat Mexican. That's kind of our Sunday thing, is we'll go eat Mexican food at one of the 2 or 3 places in town, and, we try to go visit my mother in Franklin, at least every couple of weeks. I mean, it don't always happen every week like I would like, but sometimes, like last weekend, she didn't see the kids because we were in Jackson at a ball tournament. And the house didn't get touched last weekend because we weren't there.
Because you left early Saturday. Did you get a hotel room for what night?
For Saturday night,
So y'all got up and drove down Saturday
correct,
and then spent the night in Jackson Saturday night
yes.
with all the kids? Other family members from the team stay too?
I don't know.
Okay. And
Well, they've
then,
been talking about Jackson ever since the fire went out,
Yes.
pretty much. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about Jackson. It doesn't matter to me whether he rented a hotel room or drove, so.
again, Your Honor, she has raised that he's
I
doing that, and I
understand
just
his-
feel
and
necessary
I
to
know
create the
need to
record.
respond quid pro quo, but I'm just telling you that that is not an issue for this court to give any weight to. I've been there, you've been there, she's been there. All of us know that when you have a tournament someplace and your kids are going to have an early game or even a noon game, you don't want them driving, getting up at the crack of dawn, driving, 2 or 3 hours in a car, then have to play a sport. They need to rest, and I think it was quite reasonable for him to rent a room. And it would have been a family adventure if he did. So I don't consider that to be an issue in this court.
Okay.
So excuse me for interrupting and
That's-
interspersing June Carter and Jimmy and Johnny Cash, but I couldn't resist because we keep talking about Jackson.
Went to Jackson. Yeah. And so, again, y'all come home on Sunday after church, go visit or do things, and then what time the kids get in bed?
Around 8:30 or so.
Okay, did they get themselves in, did the older ones get themselves in bed?
I basically say, okay, it's bedtime, and then everybody comes and gives hugs and kisses, and I make sure everybody gets in bed because the boys are, well, they're boys, and
And they share a room?
they do, and there's always some sort of noise coming out of that room about 15 minutes after bedtime. So I have to kind of go put the hiatus on that to slow that mess down, and then everybody pretty much goes to bed and goes to sleep.
Okay, and then when then you get up, you get the kids up on Monday morning,
Usually, yes.
and get them ready to go?
Yes.
Does mom usually come pick them up?
No,
You usually carry them, or somebody pick them up?
I take them.
You take them. There's occasion you got to go in early,
There is.
and do you make arrangements?
I do.
On one occasion, did you call her and say, hey, I got to go to work, will you come get them?
I did.
And do you think that was appropriate behavior on yours to include mom?
Correct.
This past week, you got somebody else to
I'm
come.
going to object to the leading. I've let it go on to get it.
Again, I'm trying to rush through. I'll rephrase. Did you get somebody else to come pick them up?
I did.
Who?
Connie Barnett.
And that's her cousin.
Yes,
Still thought you had a good relationship with them?
I do.
Okay. Has Connie provided transportation for your kids before?
Before, yes.
Yeah, okay. Nothing unusual, that the
No.
kids know her?
Yes,
Okay. And then you leave to go to school, you leave to go to work, kids go to school,
correct.
and then you work and go to your mom's.
Yes.
Now, you have week to week with your daughter, and again, when you moved out of the house, did you believe that y'all were working on just a separation and going to reconcile?
I do. Yes. And to touch on the moved out of the house, I did not move out of our home.
Well,
I simply am staying with my mother a few days a week.
And
then
again,
I come back home to the children.
you're not there 24,
No, I
but
am
you did
not.
not abandon that home.
No, I did not.
You agreed to do what?
To share the home so the children could stay in the home, which is the home they were born and raised in.
But did you think that that was going to be a permanent arrangement?
No, I did not.
Had y'all discussed divorce at that point in time?
No.
You heard her say that she approached you on Father's Day, or the weekend of Father's Day, which I assume the Saturday before, and said, I'm unhappy and I need a separation.
Correct.
Okay? And did you think that you were doing best to give her the time and space that she asked for?
I did.
And then you got, unbeknownst, she filed for divorce and you got served.
Well, I got an envelope in the mail a couple of days prior to that, and it was from the lawyer's office, so I kind of assumed that's what it was. And
Okay.
then a couple of days later, I got served at, well, they tried to serve me at my mother's. I was at work and picked up the paperwork the following Monday morning.
Okay. And that was just a week, 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, week before last. You came in last week and hired me,
Yes,
okay, and you had gotten it the following week.
I think that sounds
Okay.
right.
Now, have you ever forced yourself sexually on your wife?
No,
She said that you have effectively committed spousal rape.
no.
Well, why do you hesitate?
There are things that we have done in our private time that I would really rather not bring up in court.
Have you forced yourself on her?
No,
Have y'all willingly participated in a sexual relationship as
yes,
two consenting adults?
yes,
Whatever you've done, has it been against, to your knowledge, has it been against her will?
no,
Has she ever told you to stop and you not stop?
possibly,
Okay. And when was that?
years ago.
Years ago? Okay. She a good mother?
I think so.
You think you're a good father?
Yes,
Did you try to fulfill your obligation that y'all set forth when you married for you to be the breadwinner and her to be the
yes,
day-to-day parent? Do you want to maximize your time with your children?
I do.
You do not own your home. And you have week to week with your daughter, at least for the next several months. She's set to graduate in May.
Till she turns 18 in June, or July.
And during the pendency of this, you want to spend your week with her in your home.
Yes,
And again, she is 17 and is capable, if you have to leave, she's capable of being there.
she is.
And if she provided that service to y'all when y'all been married, if you and your wife are out, has your daughter tended to
Yes.
the younger children?
She has.
And you believe what do you believe the best schedule is for your children?
I believe week to week.
And you don't dispute during the course of your marriage that she has been the person that does the day-to-day parenting?
Objection asked and answered. I'm just trying to move it along.
I don't know that that specific question has been asked and answered overruled.
And it really is a leading question, so.
That, it is leading, so sustain it on that basis.
Okay. Now, let's just kind of slow it down then, and we'll see what we can get to before 4 o'clock, before we quit. Are you capable of, have you done laundry and cooked and cleaned and done things for your children?
Yes, I
Objection
have.
asked and answered. That all has been asked and answered.
I mean, I do understand that he has testified that he can do all of that, and I've made notes to that effect. But
And you
sustain
want
the
to be
objection.
given the opportunity to do that?
I do that anyway, every Saturday.
She has said that she wants to take time away from you.
Yes,
Has she offered any valid reason when you've heard her testimony
No,
in order to do that? Now, you don't like this lady sitting back here with her that she doesn't call by her name, she just keeps referring to as best friend. This Heather Halsey. You don't care for her, do you?
no,
Why?
never have. Why would take way too long at this point?
Okay. She's no relative to your children.
No,
Your son articulated something that happened this past Monday that concerned you.
yes,
Do you think it's appropriate for anybody to speak badly about you or their mother to your children?
no, I do not.
And are you concerned that she's doing that?
I'm going to object to that because that's actually a misstatement. The testimony was not that she spoke badly, that she said, why did somebody send the child to school in sweatpants?
You didn't say, I remember, because I was sitting there when JB testified, and what his statement was, is that Ms. Halsey, when the younger boy, Garrett, or whatever his name,
Graham.
Right, when he got out of school, that he was no longer wearing the shorts that he had left home in, he was wearing sweatpants. And that Ms. Halsey allegedly stated, why would your dad put you in sweatpants when it's 90 degrees outside? That was the statement that was made, so.
That bothered you, did he articulate that bothered him?
Yes,
Objection to leading again.
Overruled.
Do you want anybody around your children who is not supportive of your relationship with them and the mother's relationship with them?
no, I do not.
And again, you've heard her testimony here today. Do you think she's a divisive person in y'all's marriage?
Yes,
You have the availability, if you had the kids for a week, where she doesn't need to pick them up, does she?
correct.
You don't have to depend on her?
No.
Who can you depend on when you're not available?
Friends and family. I have had a multitude of people volunteer to help me with the children if I need it.
Okay. But again, the likelihood of you needing it, other than having somebody there when the kids get home from school.
When we talked about the separation, I actually mentioned putting them in aftercare if need be, so that if I had to work past 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, that the school would take care of them until I got there.
And they're in Burns
They are.
Elementary.
Yes.
And Burns Elementary has an aftercare program that ends at what time?
6 o'clock, I believe.
And then JB is at the middle school, and they don't have an aftercare program.
But he can go to the elementary school. I'm pretty sure.
But again, he's capable of riding a bus going home, too. Does the bus come to y'all's house?
But yeah, I'm sure it does.
You haven't had to use that, but
We've not.
y'all are zoned for Burns.
Yes,
So he can ride a bus, and your daughter would be there on your week
correct.
when he got home, or close there too.
Yes.
Does she have extracurricular activities outside of the?
Not right now. She will have flag football whenever that season rolls around.
This is spring sport for the girls. But as far as you know, do you believe that your mother is willing to allow your soon-to-be ex-wife to stay in the home at least for a period of time until she can relocate?
I don't know.
You don't, she has,
I would say no, but I haven't asked her that question.
okay. But you don't have an issue of going week to week in the home for a period of time until she can relocate? You want to keep the kids in the house as long as possible?
I would, yes.
You're planning on staying there permanently?
Yes,
That's been the kids' home for their entirety of their lives?
it has.
And you believe doing that is in the children, a week to week is in the children's best interest?
I do.
Now, you get all the fun time with them now. Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday. Again, when I say fun time, you don't have to get them up and carry them to school every day and pick them up from school and do their homework and pack their lunches and doing all that. You understand that, are you capable of doing those?
That's been a joint effort since they started school anyway. Yes, I am capable.
Do they bring lunches? Or do they eat at school?
Sometimes. Today, JB packed a lunch. I mean, we talked about it last night. Normally, he eats at school, so.
Okay. Again, she's painted you as just a lazy person who sits on the couch and let the house, y'all had a bunch of junk in the basement. Don't know that the court really wants to get into that, but is there a rendition of her friends coming into your home and cleaning out the basement? Was that an accurate depiction of what went on?
No.
Tell me what went on.
Friday evening, her husband brought a trailer that we went to the basement, me included, and we loaded that first night. We loaded everything up, kind of moved some stuff around to see what else was going to go. Saturday morning, came back early after unloading the trailer, and we reloaded it again. We being me also. I was there all 3 days working to unload and get the stuff out of the basement that needed to go.
And what condition's the basement in right now?
Better than it was. It's still got some clutter that quite honestly needs to be straightened up, but it hasn't been yet.
Okay.
But it's not packed full of mess.
Where
like
it was packed full of
It
mess,
was,
wasn't it?
absolutely.
And that was 3 years ago?
I'm not sure the dates, to be honest with you.
One last week?
No,
Wasn't this year, was it?
no.
Are you secure in your job?
Yes,
You anticipate any changes?
no.
And you understand even with a 50-50 schedule, you make more money than your wife does presently.
Yep,
And you have no problem paying whatever the calculated support is.
I have to, I have to. I don't have a problem with it. We do what we do.
But again, with that, in the calculation, why does she have a separate bank account? Tell me about y'all's bank. Do you now have a separate account?
I do.
And when did you get that separate account?
I don't remember. A couple of 3 years ago, maybe, a couple of years.
So you've had an account where your check goes?
No. No, my check went into the joint checking account, and we had a conversation a couple of years ago about her money was her money, and my money was our money. So I was going to take $200 a pay period and put it into my account so that if I had something I wanted to buy, I could buy it. If I had something that needed to be paid, I could pay it. I've bought groceries out of it. I've paid for gas. Whatever needed to be taken care of. I don't spend a lot of money anymore.
And then she had the account. When she started earning money, she put it in a separate account.
Yes.
Did you ever have dominion and control or even know what she did with her money?
No. I knew where it went. I knew what bank it went to, but
But then all of your money would go, you would withdraw money, and then all of the bills were paid out of the joint account.
yes. For the most part. I mean, I'm sure she paid something every now and then, like I did, out of my personal account, but I don't know,
So from a standpoint of dividing out the debts and what needs to be paid, do you have a problem continuing to put your check into the account to pay for the cars, the gas, water, electric, and then you buy your groceries, you pay for your groceries when you go when you're in the house and she pays for hers when she's in the house. But having sufficient funds in that joint account just to pay those fixed expenses that are automatically, are your gas, water, electric, and all that automatically deducted?
They're not.
Y'all pay them online, or do you
Sometimes,
write a check?
sometimes go pay them in cash in person.
But but again, put sufficient money in there to do that, to pay the personal, do you write the personal loan out of your checking account or out of the joint?
Typically, I call the bank and have him transfer it out of the account,
Out of the joint or yours?
out of the joint.
Okay, so that's paid out of the joint, the utilities are paid out of the joint. Her car and Abby's car is paid out of the joint.
They have been, yes.
So if that money goes into that account in a pro rata share, part of yours and part of hers goes in to pay those expenses.
It's just been my money going into that account.
Okay. But do you think she has an obligation to contribute to those fixed expenses if she's asking to stay in the house?
Yes,
She needs to contribute.
sure.
She needs to contribute to her car payment.
Sure.
Objection to leading again.
Does she need to contribute to her car payment?
She does.
You understand it's your daughter's car?
Yes.
You don't want your daughter there alone with her at this point in time?
My daughter doesn't want to be there alone with her at this point in time. She articulated that to me last night.
I'm going to object, that's hearsay.
You don't want your daughter there?
I do not. I do not.
I agree, Your Honor, just trying to,
I do not. My apologies.
she's not going to come unless you're there on a weekly basis.
Correct.
And you think that's, again, you want her to have a relationship with your children, with her her half siblings, correct?
Yes.
And that can be accomplished by y'all going in and out of the house, either on a Friday or a Sunday or whatever day in the middle of the week. Does it matter which day of the week that y'all exchange?
Abby is there from Sunday to Sunday.
So you want to correspond with Abby's schedule, correct?
Yes.
You think that would be best for everybody?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, you've raped your wife and don't know why she wants a divorce. Can you explain that to me?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Nope.
He said he forced himself on her.
Your Honor, again, I object for the classification of she said she's raped.
The terminology of rape, I think, is the question that was, the objection is based on that. And I would sustain, because that was not the word used, forced himself upon her. And I think he denied that as well. But you can ask the question whether or not he considers himself to have done those things, but right now, he has not admitted that, so.
Well, he did say that he had gone past consent.
He said that he had not stopped when she asked him to stop.
Yes. And you don't know why she wants a divorce when you did not stop having sex with her when she asked you to?
Right.
Now, may I approach him? There's
You
a
may.
number.
Oh, it's probably something added up from food where it says other monthly expenses.
That food, add those, so the category of other monthly expenses is $1,285.
That would be my guess. I did.
Your Honor, again, if I could, as Ms. Duke did, when she made the mistake on hers and I graciously allowed her to do it, she approached me and showed me what she did. May I do the same?
You may show her what you're referring to, yes.
I did not type
Other
this out,
monthly-
no.
Other monthly expenses.
You're saying all of this. 440, your wife has actually been paying that, correct?
No,
Toyota,
no,
that's coming out of your account?
that has came out of our joint account.
And after the divorce was filed, you stopped putting money into the joint account unless she asked you for it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know that you were under an injunction when the divorce was filed not to change anything that you'd been doing?
Objection, Your Honor, objection, mischaracterizing the statutory language. That is not the language that the statutory prescribes.
Saying that is not the language of the statutory injunction.
Did you make changes to the way that you had been doing things?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you do that under the instruction of someone else?
No.
Okay. You did that of your own behest
Yes.
and made your wife have to ask you for monies in order to get groceries?
She has a job and works every day just like I do.
That wasn't my question, sir.
No.
Okay. And in the history of your marriage, that's never how you've done things, has it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you agree with me, sir, that the house was left in disarray, and you went back and you said, yes, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. You left dishes in the sink, you left clothing everywhere. You left that morning in a hurry to get to Murfreesboro at 6 a.m. Is that fair?
You're asking me to remember an exact detail of an exact day that I don't remember.
But-
I remember the pictures that she sent me of Graham's clothes and the little cubbies pulled out. Yes, I remember that.
And the stinky dishes in the sink that had not been loaded into the dishwasher. Had they been loaded, she wouldn't have complained. Is that fair?
No, that's not fair at all. She would have complained if I'd have did it perfectly.
Okay. Name one meal other than spaghetti that you have cooked for your family.
Chicken parmesan,
When was that?
steaks, burgers.
Okay. When Miss Roberts asked you about burgers and was telling you, you've been grilling burgers a minute ago.
But again, I am going to object to the question as argumentative.
It's not argumentative.
When Ms. Roberts told you you were grilling burgers,
Courtroom tension hits another level. The father admits they're living rent-free in his mother's house with no insurance, juggling debts, bills, and barely staying afloat. The judge digs into every expense, phones, loans, cars, and exposes contradictions in their finances. Then it turns personal. Accusations about parenting, hygiene, and control explode. But he fights back, insisting he's always been present for his kids. As emotions rise and stories clash, one question hangs in the air. Who's really telling the truth?
She did, and I let him answer the question.
no, Your Honor.
If I understand correctly, you're objecting to the fact that she says you told him he was grilling burgers?
And he corrected her and said that, no, I'm not grilling burgers.
Not lately.
If I may, just for a second. My understanding is the objection is to the form of the question. I sustain the objection because my recollection is that Ms. Roberts' question was, did you grill, something of the effect, did you grill burgers or you grill burgers? And he said, no, I didn't. So
Okay.
I don't consider that to say her telling him he grilled burgers.
I don't mind to rephrase it. That's fine.
Rephrase your question. We're going to be
Well,
stopping
Your Honor,
at
again, I understood you sustained the
4:30 in
objection.
the afternoon. I've had all I want. So we're going to quit at 4:30 regardless of where you are. If you keep going, we'll pick it up at 8 o'clock or 8:30 tomorrow morning. And I have a criminal motions that I have set. So we'll come back tomorrow morning at 8:30 and pick it back up unless you have some conflict, in which case we'll be back on another chancery day. So
I think I can finish it up real quick. So now you've said in the last couple of months you've grilled burgers, but you told Ms. Roberts you had not been grilling burgers.
I didn't say in the last couple of months.
Now, Heather Halsey has been in your kids' lives for 8 years. She's an integral part of your children's lives.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object as to Ms. Halsey is not a party to this matter. She has every right to associate with whoever she wants. Ms. Dodd does.
is there a
And
legal basis for your objection?
No.
No, Your Honor, I'm just wasting time.
Overrule the objection.
And you want to take Ms. Halsey out of their lives, is that correct? Is that what you told Ms. Roberts a minute ago? If it's not, that's fine.
So are you asking me what I want right now?
Yeah, were you telling Ms. Roberts you don't want Ms. Halsey around your children?
Yes.
Okay. When she's come to your home and cared for your children and helped you clean up your home, take care of your home, and you had a good relationship with her until this came about?
I have never had a good relationship with her.
Okay.
I have done things for their family when her husband had cancer because of my wife and no other reason.
Would you be sad to know that JB testified that it makes him sad when you talk about Ms. Halsey badly?
I don't know that he's heard me talk about her badly, but
Okay. He knows you don't like her.
yes, he does.
Okay.
He doesn't either.
And inexplicably, I'm going to strike that. I don't think that matters. Did you know that Stuart Burns Elementary School does not take the middle schoolers in for childcare anymore? That was a misstatement on your part.
No, it wasn't a misstatement. I said, I'm not sure,
Okay.
but I think they do.
Okay, but you've not done anything to investigate that.
I checked the website.
Okay, that's more in Miss Dodd's area of y'all's family, is that correct?
No,
Okay. The morning that she came over to help you with the kids and get the kids to school, she called you to say, hey, I know you've got a meeting. The kids told me you've got a meeting. Do you want me to take them to school on their first day? She volunteered that. You didn't ask her, did you?
I don't remember how the conversation came up, but
A few minutes ago when you were testifying, you told Ms. Roberts that you reached out to her and said you needed help.
I have, yes.
Okay. But in that case, you did not. And in
I
this-
don't know.
Okay. Well, do you know anything?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative badgering.
It is argumentative, sustained.
Judge, I think I'm done.
Redirect. Can you redirect this one?
Yes, Your Honor, just a second, please. No, Your Honor, that's all.
All right, I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
And I understand you and this lady have been married for some time, but I want to know exactly, you have to admit that it's a little unusual how you and she came together, would you not? For example, the fact that she moved into your home when she was how old?
18,
18?
yes,
And then you married her when she was 19?
20.
20, okay. You married her when she was 20. And there was how much of an age difference is there between the two of you? 26 years, something like
22 or
that?
23, yes, sir.
All right. So, do you understand how that can give an impression that perhaps you took advantage of a young person when she was living in your home? I'm not saying you did, but I just want you to understand that.
I do.
You do understand that?
Yes.
All right. And there's been some question about the fact that she claims that you told her she has to be submissive to her. Do you feel like that's been the situation between the two of you during the marriage, that she had to be submissive to you?
No, sir.
All right.
That conversation, she keeps throwing up pieces of a Bible verse that said, I am to
I'm well
love my
aware of the
wife."
Bible verses.
I understand, but she kept throwing that at me, and I told her she's taking the verse out of context. If you want to take it, you got to take the whole thing. Because it's not just the husband has to love his wife like Christ loved the church. The wife has to submit herself to her own husband. And that was where that came from. I've never asked for her to be submissive. I've never tried to control her.
All right. We're not going to get too much into to the religious aspect of that. Anyway, this is a court of law, not of religion. But
Understand.
the fact of the matter is that you're asking to go to a week-to-week with your child, where are you going to live during the week that you have the children?
In the house,
Where are you going to live in the week you don't have the children?
probably at my mother's in Franklin.
Okay. So in other words, what you want to do is just extend the time that you have now to a full week and keep the rotation in and out.
We have talked about a week-to-week schedule as far as if this comes to a divorce, for a permanent parenting plan. And I've been met with resistance the entire time.
All right, step down. Any other witnesses?
Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
I'll hear you in argument.
Judge, it's apparent that Mr. Dodd does not have the best interest of these children at heart.
Does not what?
Does not have the best interest of the children at heart in this case. We've gone for 3 months and this has worked for them. They have gotten along in the last 3 months. There have been few issues, but they've gotten along.
Well, they've gotten along. He sees them every weekend right now, and you're asking to remove that, or to reduce that by 50%, right?
Well, I am to a degree, Judge, but I would submit to the court that I don't know that my client's completely averse to continuing to do what they do. It has worked. Now, so that she had some fun time with the children, that's the reason that she did that, or we can alternate 2 days in the off week. This gentleman has spoken to the child about people that this child loves. JB said he loved Miss Halsey, and it made him sad that he's got it out for Miss Halsey, but Miss Halsey has been supportive of his wife, so that's not surprising. He's been trying to create a divide between Miss Halsey and the children. He's been trying to create a divide between his daughter and the stepmother who's raised the child. I think it speaks volumes today that he finally admitted that he has not stopped when she's asked him to stop in a sexual relationship. He's not necessarily a safe person as far as she's concerned. The two of them should not be in the same household for that reason. She has co-parented. She has made sure he knew when and where and how and what to be in all of these instances, and he has detrimentally relied on her to make sure he gets where he needs to be. He's detrimentally relied on her to make sure bills get paid. Now all of a sudden this complaint gets filed and he decides he wants 50-50 custody. He decides that he wants to pay all the bills. He decides he wants to take all the money out of the accounts. That is retribution to the wife. It's not appropriate. I would ask that the court award the wife spousal support, child support, and also
How much spousal support are you seeking?
we're asking that it make up the difference between her debts. We're asking for $1,000 a month, please.
$1,000 a month in addition to child support?
Yes, that or the payment. I think that they should continue the spousal support, just like we did in one of our other cases in Humphreys County that you were over. Maybe the spousal support could be the payment of the bills at the marital residence as it has been occurring. That would probably more be appropriate. I'm trying to be fast for Ms. Roberts.
Ms. Roberts?
You know, these parties have been married for 13 years. It is not disputed that they entered this marriage with the understanding that he was going to be the primary breadwinner and that she would be a stay-at-home mom, at least through the early years of their children's lives. Mrs. Dodd has decided she does not want to be married to Mr. Dodd anymore, which is her absolute right to do that. But they have lived together and operated and raised these kids together. And she wants to put herself up on a pedestal because she has been a stay-at-home mom without giving him any respect for the fact that he has been the primary breadwinner in this marriage. They both probably have overspent. Again, he's making a significant amount of money. They don't have savings, they don't have anything, they don't even have a home of their own, and still seem to not be able to make ends meet, even without a house payment. But the fact of the matter is that, her statement, have you done this? Well, primarily. He's done it, he's cooked, he's cleaned, he's done the things that he wants to do. I wish this case would have come in here and she just came in and said, look, I don't love him anymore, don't like him anymore, I've been primary, he's a good daddy, I'm a good mama, we need to work this out. But again, we had to start out by slinging mud and calling him and saying he's some lazy individual, and got her best friend in here talking about that he doesn't have he talked badly about his brother. I don't know what any of that has to do with what Your Honor's decision is going to be. The court has to maximize the time with both parents. The fact that you've got is both of these are capable parents to raise these kids. They live in a house that neither one of them have a lease or a right to live there. My client has a week-to-week schedule with his 17-year-old daughter, and he has just a scant few months to appreciate that and to have the last part of her childhood with his daughter. And the best way to effectuate the relationship between that child and the half-siblings and these people is to, again, play musical houses. Move these parents in and out on a week-to-week basis. She's testified that her best friend will let her live with her. He's testified he has a place with his mother on the weeks that they're not there. It's going to be apparent that Mrs. Dodd's going to have to move. She's got to find a place to go. She says she's looking. Then we'll know where she's going to be, where he's going to be when you can effectuate a final parenting plan. But on a temporary basis, there is no need to decrease anybody's time with these children. And the fact that she asked for him to have every weekend and it's a 4-3 schedule right now, 4-3 schedule. And to make it a 7-7 schedule, or even if you do a 2-2-3, or however you want to do it, but an equal schedule, I think is appropriate for this family. Even with a 50-50 schedule, I calculated the child support based on her $2,600 a month and his $7,000 and what I did on his income and expense statement. And he would owe $716, I think it was, a little over $700 a month, even with an equal schedule. But again, at this point in time, we need these bills paid. And I think the schedule, she needs to contribute her income just like he does to the payment of the gas, water, and electric. They need to pay her car payment, the daughter's car payment. If you do week to week, they put sufficient amount of money, even if you do it on a pro rata share. I can pull the guidelines up, and you know how on the guidelines it says how much percentage he makes and how much percentage she makes. They each put that percentage into the joint account to pay the bills. And he owes her $700 and some odd as child support. And that's in her account, his account, and they each put a pro rata amount into the joint account to pay the utilities. Both of us were neglectful in asking when the next rent, he said that she didn't know about the renter's insurance, but I think he said they pay it on a weekly basis. So the renter's insurance, the utilities, the cable, the car payment, both car payments needs to be put in the account on a pro rata share, and those bills need to be paid. He buys his food when he's with the kids. She buys her food when she's with the kids. They pay 50-50 on any extracurricular activities. And that's what needs to be done on a temporary basis. And that's what we believe is in the best interest of the children.
Now repeat to me again what you're saying about the financial situation that you're wanting me to do. I apologize.
Okay, well, Your Honor, I mean, even if you grant us a 50-50, 182.5 days. If I could, let me pull up my calculator.
I understand it's some $714 or something.
Right, it was $700 and some odd that he owes her. So that's a given. from his paycheck, he's got to give her $700. From her, $2,600, and his $7,000 minus the $700 whatever per month. They're each going to have to put in for these household bills that they're sharing the house.
That's my question, is how exactly is that to be calculated?
Well, and I suggested that Your Honor's familiar with the child support worksheet where you put it in and it has the joint family income and then it has each party's pro rata share. He makes 75% of the income and she makes 25% of the income. They need to deposit 25% of the gas bill, he drives 75%. And you do it that way, he makes more money than she does. And they pay those expenses on the same pro rata share. But those extra expenses that both Ms. Duke and I had on our income and expense statement where we both were questioning what those were, he's going to pay his food and clothing. When he's in the house, she's paying hers. He'll bring his laundry detergent, she'll bring her laundry detergent. While they're in the house week to week. But the fixed expenses will be divided. And I think that's the fairest way to do it, given the circumstances.
Thank you. First thing this court is going to deal with is the fact that this is a temporary hearing. This is not the final hearing. We've heard a lot of testimony about the treatment that each of them has had towards each other and their faults as a spouse. None of that really applies to what I have to decide today, except for the fact that there was a claim for spousal support, and the relative fault in bringing about the dissolution of the marriage is one of the factors that the court can consider on a spousal support claim. But it really boils down to the two of them have a situation that I've got to try to come into and fashion some sort of a solution. So I'm going to deal first with the parenting plan, and then we'll talk about the financial situation and living arrangements. Anytime that I'm required to adopt a parenting plan, I'm required to look at the factors set forth in Tennessee Code Annotated 366106. Those factors are the strength, nature, and stability of the child's relationship with each parent, including whether one parent has performed the majority of parenting responsibilities relating to the daily needs of the child. Clearly, in this case, both of these parents have a good relationship with the children. I heard from their oldest child, the 12-year-old, JB, and he loves both of his parents. And under the circumstances, he expressed a preference to have an equal residential schedule with both of the parents. As I explained to JB that this morning early at 8:30, I understand and will appreciate his desires, but that's not always possible for the court to do something that a 12-year-old child wants to have done. But he loves, or the children, I think, have good relationships with both parents. But the proof has been that during the majority of the time that these children have been alive, the mother has been the primary person for the majority of parenting responsibilities. She's been the one who's done who's taken care of the doctor's visits and so forth. She's also been the one who's, for the majority of it, dealt with the school and educational needs of the children. So I think that factor clearly indicates that she has been the primary residential parent under those definitions. Each parent or caregiver's past and potential for future performance of parenting responsibilities, including the willingness and ability of each of the parents and caregivers to facilitate and encourage a close and continuing parent-child relationship between the child and both of the child's parents. I think that both of them have the potential for being able to perform parenting responsibilities. I questioned Mr. Dodd about the beginning of their relationship because it was certainly an unusual circumstance, and sometimes can raise some red flags, but no evidence has been indicated other than the marital problems that they've had to indicate that Mr. Dodd has, any real issues that would prevent him from being able to facilitate a good relationship between him and between her and the children. And I think that's both of them have the potential for future performance of parenting responsibilities. But I think that factor would favor both of them equally. Don't have any evidence that either of them has refused to attend a parent education seminar because this is a temporary hearing. The disposition of each parent to provide the child with food, clothing, medical care, etc., education, etc. Now, clearly, Mr. Dodd has been the primary breadwinner in the family, and for the majority of the children's lives, he was the one who provided the financial ability for the children to have food and clothing, etc. I do find that the medical care and education has been predominantly Mrs. Dodd who has provided those things, albeit with the financial support of Mr. Dodd, and he has been engaged in and involved in that to a degree. The degree to which each parent has been primary caregiver, I've already defined that as being Mrs. Dodd. The love, affection, emotional ties existing between each parent and the child. As I said, I think that clearly both of these parents love their children, or they wouldn't be here fighting over the children, and I explained that to your son, that if, I have parents sometimes who don't want to have any responsibilities for their children. So I credit that both of you want to be involved in your children's lives, and both of you want the children with you. Problem is, both of you think that your opinion is the best interest of the minor child, and that's not always the case. So the degree to which each parent has been a primary caregiver, I've indicated that is Mrs. Dodd. The love and affection, emotional ties is clearly between the two of you, at least as to JB. He loves you both, and he wants to be with both of you. Emotional needs and developmental level of the child, I don't have any indication that there's any problems. JB is a A student with 2 Bs, so I think he's doing well in school. The moral, physical, mental, and emotional fitness of each parent as it relates to their ability to parent the child. There's been a lot of discussion about the sexual relationship between these parties, and that's not necessarily something that this court would consider for a purpose of having a parenting plan adopted. We have 2 boys and a young girl that are there, and I don't find that there's been any evidence introduced. May raise an indication of a question as to how they began their relationship, but it was a mutual relationship, and they've stayed together for 13 years. But there's been no evidence to indicate that other than the relationship, sexual relationship, the physical relationship between the two of them, that Ms. Dodd felt like was more forced on her than would be necessary. And unfortunately, that is a factor which could potentially could favor her on that particular factor of the factors that the court has to consider. But I don't think that makes him an inappropriate parent, because I've had no evidence that he's in any other way inappropriately acted towards any other person, or certainly towards the children. Children's interactions with interrelationships with siblings, I think that clearly his 17-year-old daughter has a good relationship, and according to JB, they have a close relationship and enjoy being together. The importance of continuity in the child's life and the length of time the child has lived in a stable, satisfactory environment. These parties have been separated for several months, and they've been doing this week on with the mother and weekend with the father now for several months, at least since June, Father's Day. I would also point out that was a relationship, that was a schedule rather, that Mrs. Dodd suggested to Mr. Dodd. And she suggested that because, according to her testimony, she thought that was best for the children. Now she wants to change that because of the fact that she says that it's somehow inappropriate because of his failure to properly care for the hygiene of the children or something on that order. But I think the stability of the children, in this case, as was pointed out, he's had the children for 4 days and she's had them for he's had the children for 3 days and she's had them for 4 days every week. And they seem to be flourishing in that situation. So the stability aspect would be for the continuation of that type of a relationship. The evidence of any physical or emotional abuse to the child, I don't find any abuse to these children. To the other parent, I don't find any emotional abuse. There's been a lot of discussion of financial abuse, and I haven't really heard anything that I would define as financial abuse. He made the money, and there were arguments about how they spent it. If that is financial abuse, then just about every household in this state would have financial abuse taking place as well. It is a constant. The biggest factors in leading to divorce, in my opinion, from what I hear, are sexual relationships between the parties and financial difficulties between the parties. Those are the two main reasons that people end up in the divorce court. So I don't find that factor really applies in this court. The character and behavior of any other person who resides in or frequents the home of the parent. There's a lot of been said about how you don't like Miss Hulsey. Miss Hulsey's been a good friend to your wife, and that's not unusual to have when you're working and she's, hanging out with her friend, or her friend is helping to provide care, and then we get into a divorce. A lot of times in divorce, you have mutual friends, and they'll side with one party over the other. That doesn't make them a bad person. That makes them somebody who is supporting their friend. I don't find that there's anything inappropriate about Ms. Hulsey or any reason that she should not be allowed to be around your children. She has been supportive of it. But there will be an order there will be a provision in this order that no one who is allowed to provide care or to provide transportation or to frequently be around the child shall speak ill or make derogatory comments about the other parent. And that should fix that problem. If that is violated, then that person will be prohibited from being around the children. I don't think it'll be violated. I think it just means that I don't take what she said, as JB said, to be a very much of a criticism towards you, but I think it did have an impression on your son. So as a result of that, I don't find that there's any indication of any problems with the character behavior of anyone that also that. The reasonable preference of the child of 12 years of age or older. And your son has testified, and he's indicated that he would like to have a week-on, week-off schedule. But the problem is that during this week-on, week-off schedule that he's proposing, the majority of all of the educational issues that have been dealt with by Mrs. Dodd. She's been the primary satisfactory and stable influence regarding education needs of the children, and on a temporary basis, the court is not inclined to alter that situation. So based upon all of those factors, this court finds that Mrs. Dodd should be designated the primary residential parent. Likewise, as the court has found, the stability of the situation mandates that the present schedule that these parties agreed to will continue, with the weekends with the father and the weekdays during the week with the mother. Then that is going to be, the other option I have is to do some sort of a modified schedule where I would give him from like Thursday night to Sunday night, or Thursday night to Monday morning, or something out of order, but that is more disruptive than what they're doing. And I want the educational needs of the children to be paramount, and I want them to have the stability that they already have. So as a result of that, I am ordering that the current situation that they have agreed upon for a temporary basis, that doesn't mean it'll be what happens at the final hearing, but as Judge Alan Wallace used to always say, a temporary hearing is designed to keep, life and limb together until you can get to a final hearing. So a temporary order in this case is designed for this court to simply try to ensure that whatever the situation is will result in the best interest of the minor children until you can get to a final hearing. Child support will be calculated upon the number of days that we've talked about. 3 days with him, 4 days with her. The incomes that have been testified to will be the incomes that will be used to calculate that. And all of the testimony that's been brought to bear on the issues of the other calculation factors will be included as well. I award temporary physical possession of the marital residence to the children. And that means that they will stay in the house and the parents will continue to go in and out. Now, anybody who doesn't like that, find you another place to live. Because the kids are what I'm concerned about, and I don't want to have them disrupted. And I cannot, in my opinion, order exclusive possession of the home to one party or the other, where the ownership of that property is not vested in either one of you. And there is a distinction between a rental property. You have a contract for a rental property. You have a month-to-month tenancy anyway. But this is them living in a home belonging to the paternal grandmother, and at any point they can, at any point in time, they could be asked to leave if the situation arose. So I want to try to preserve the stability of the children and make sure that they stay where they're supposed to stay. So they'll have the possession of the home, so to speak, and the parties will rotate in and out on a temporary basis. There will be no other than the Ring camera and the floodlight, there will be no other cameras installed in the interior of this home designed to try to spy on or monitor or any such other thing as that. Regarding the financial arrangements, these parties have been sharing the responsibilities, and they will continue to do that. As Ms. Roberts pointed out, I think the logical way to do it, he's going to pay child support according to the guidelines. So whatever that factor is, she's going to get that money to help her support the children. And then in addition to that, each of them will deposit the pro rata share of their expenses, which at least for the preliminary explanation of what I'm seeing is probably close to the 75-25, but once you calculate the child support, it will show that, and their percentages will be, they'll each deposit into that joint account, and those expenses for the household will be paid out of that. The payment of the household expenses, while she is the majority of the time living in the house, is, in my opinion, on a temporary basis sufficient, in addition to the child support that she'll have to provide for temporary spousal support for her. And there won't be an additional payment that I can see that would be made. Again, these are all temporary orders that the court is determining to try to keep everything stabilized. And it may be that if the calculation of this 75-25 and the child support does not give sufficient income to her for her expenses, then we can reconsider that on a temporary basis upon a showing to this court that that would be the case. In other words, I'm projecting that this is going to be enough to meet her needs. If it's not, then I'm allowing her to have the right to come back in without a requirement of showing a material change of circumstances.
Judge, may I ask specifically what they're splitting 75% and 25%? I don't know that.
The utilities, vehicle operation, insurance, the payment of the automobiles.
Is the automobile for the stepdaughter included?
No, the
Okay.
automobile for the stepdaughter is not included in that. The MasterCard payments, the
Personal loan.
the personal loan, I think, again, the personal loan is if I understood correctly, was the credit card debt that he had prior to the marriage.
Pardon.
Yeah, that's correct. So that is not her responsibility?
It is.
If Ms. Roberts, correct me if I'm wrong, if I understood correctly, that was something he had incurred prior to the marriage.
Your Honor, he said it's both pre and post-marital.
All right, on a temporary basis, that's going to be contributed, that's going to be part of the contribution. We'll determine at the final hearing what the actual breakdown is of that. And they will not be including the daughter's, his 17-year-old's car payment. And, all right. It will include the baseball expense, the dance expense, the clothing expense, the food expense for both of them, and that's off both of their, the laundry and cleaning for both of them, and the food, as I've said, the food expense. All of that will be included, and you'll combine whatever those expenses are from both of the income and expenses.
Judge, I will say the MasterCard is a separate, that's his and has been his. Do you want her still paying a quarter of that?
Which one is that, the MasterCard?
The
for 20?
MasterCard is his.
That he said had a $750 balance that was incurred during the
It's a marital debt.
It's a marital
It may be in
debt.
his name only, but it's, for right now, it's only $25 a month. It will be considered as well. So. These situations are never easy for the court to try to come up with a solution that solves the problem that you two have followed. I do find that Mrs. Dodd has been primarily the caregiver for the children and that she wants to continue that, but I think it's also important for Mr. Dodd to continue to be able to have a relationship with his children. Right now, your children seem to be doing well. I don't want to disrupt that, but you can probably expect that at the final hearing, it's not going to be this schedule. This is a temporary hearing, a temporary schedule that I'm putting down. Both of you need to make sure that you keep the house clean and orderly for the children, because you can be assured that when we come back for the final hearing, whatever the conditions are that your children are living in, the hygiene issues, all of that's going to come back up. So, you know, if whatever the situation is, you need to make sure the kids' needs are met. So.
Your Honor,
Anybody
just-
else have anything else?
Only thing I just want to verify, I did 4 times 52 and 3 times 52, and that's 208 days with her, 156 with him. He has an in-home credit for a child, and then he'll get credit for just the children's portion of the vision and dental that he pays for. And that would be that, and then the incomes that they both talked about, hers at 2,600 and his at the 7,250, what we have on, 7,225. Your Honor, it's a fourth.
So now we're going to nitpick every day off.
Well, calculating days under the child support guidelines requires you to consider an overnight or a 24-hour period. So both of you know that. So you use a 24-hour period to determine how many days he gets and how many she gets. And you look at the schedule, he picks them up on Friday afternoon.
He goes Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night.
And he keeps them, so that would be 3 24-hour periods. So he would get credit for 3 days and she would get credit for 4.
There is a provision now in the child support guidelines, and someone else pointed out to me about the half days, but the 3 to 4 is not.
Well, I just think you're talking about picking up Friday afternoon and then returning Sunday or Monday morning. So it's really basically a 24-hour period, so. All right, folks, I've given you 2 days to try to litigate this thing. And all I can say is this. I was very impressed with your son. I think he's a good-looking young man. He's smart, and he clearly loves both of you very much. So I think it would behoove both of you to try to think about what's in the best interest of your children. And in particular, Mr. Dodd, sometimes we want to assert our rights as a parent, and I have every obligation to ensure that you get those rights. But sometimes you got to think about what's in the best for your children. That's the reason I'm not giving you a week on, week off, just because I'm trying to preserve the educational needs of your children, but still give you as much access to the children as necessary, as possible. When you get to the summers, typically you alternate week to week during the summer, at least this court does. So you know, at a final hearing, you can expect that that might be the case. But right now, this is what the order is of the court. I hope that you will take what I've said regarding your conduct about each other, towards each other. You kill each other with kindness, regardless of what's gone on. You were married for 13 years, no matter how you started out. And if you kill each other with kindness, so to speak, it may be possible for your children to grow up as normal as possible. Otherwise, you've got young children. You got a 6-year-old and you're 66. Is that right?
56.
56, all right. So in 12 years, you're going to be 68, right? And your son will be 18. Your youngest son will be 18. So you got a lot of life left to have to deal with each other. So I would strongly suggest that you start putting your children's interests first, set aside whatever the animosity is that you've had towards each other. Try to make sure that the children don't think there is any animosity, because otherwise you're going to ruin every major event in your children's lives. Every birthday, every Christmas, every holiday, your children are going to be on edge and anxious about the fact that mom and dad are going to be in the same room. They're going to be here for, my birthday party. They're going to be here for Christmas events at school. Eventually, these children are going to grow up and you're going to get married, and you'd like to be a part of that, I would assume. And when you have grandchildren, you'd like to be able to share that with each other without having your children traumatized because of the fact that they can't have you in the same room with your new grandchild as she is in the same room with the new grandchild. You have to think long-term about this situation and try to put aside whatever that is. And the first step in doing that is to stop talking about each other in a negative way and start thinking positively about it, no matter what the problem has been in the past. That's the judgment of the court.
And we are free, and again, the parties are free to work out holidays that are coming up. And the court, I know how the court is, but again, not to take words out of your mouth, but you admonish them to work it out so it works out for their children's best interest so they can spend time with their extended families.
Correct. All right. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Courtroom drama explodes. After intense arguments, the judge shuts everything down and makes it clear this is about the kids, not the chaos. Despite accusations, financial fights, and personal attacks, both parents are ruled capable. But the mother stays primary, and the current custody schedule remains. The judge orders a strict financial split, rotating living arrangement, and warns both sides to stop the drama immediately or face consequences.